age of the internet, people still fail to realize that real life and internet are not the same, are not the same, are not the same, are not the same.
We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Anonymous. We are legion. Anonymous. Expect us.
Freedom of speech is all of the small choices you make daily that you don't even think about. Most people respond that freedom of speech is the right to say whatever you want or to voice your own opinion. In the age of the internet, people still fail to realize that real life and internet are not the same, are not the same, are not the same, are not the same, are not the same.
We are anonymous. Anonymous.
And I don't know where I left my mind. I hope that it comes back. I'm so much better off without a care in the world. I hope I don't go back. I don't know where I left my
bang data, my games to change matter. I got range. Go party on Saturn. That's 6 planets from the sun for fun. So bring your best black tux and be ready to run. Made a high nickel rock, ready to rip the block. Buckle up, young homie, cause we making the system pop. Come outside, it's all pride, we all live. From all sides, we catch fire, the live wire. Gifted right, getting lifted like Christmas lights. A fistful of might, and I'm looking to pick a fight. Yeah, keeping your collar bright. So look, bring your telescope, sucker, we out of sight. I like to move, so I'm packing an overnight. My camp likes to camp, and we camping and stage right. So we engage with the blade, bang data. I'm a magnetic gamma that likes to spit grammar.
Bang, bang, slang, slang, fangs out, hoods up. Hit the woods with my face in your nook. Look, look, I'm so much better off. Look, look, without a care in the world.
Bang, bang, new thing, flags up, lights out, put a watch, cause we up to no good. Look, look,
I'm so much better off. Look, look, without a care in the world. And I'll say it to your face, talk nice behind your backwards.
Backwards.
Make you wanna jump, jump. Bang, bang, slang, make you wanna pump, pump. Big things. Hoods up, hit the woods, find your nook, took your cranny, manny, poppin' zanny, got a lifetime bandy, itchy, icky, breaky, on a quickie, out in Haiti.
You about to blow up, son.
look, look.
Bang, that about to show off, son.
Bang, bang, new thing, flags up, lights out, put a watch, cause we up to no good. Look, look,
I'm so much better off.
look, look.
Without a care in the world. Bang, bang, slang, slang, fangs out, hoods up, hit the woods with my face in your nook, your nook. Look, look, I'm so much better off. Look, look, without a care in the world.
Bang, that on my games and change matter. Bang, that on my games and change matter. Bang, that on my games and change matter. Homie, lights out, right? Put your lights out. Bang, that on my games and change matter. Bang, that on my games and change matter. Bang, that on my games and change matter. Put your lights out, night, night. Put your lights out.
I don't know where I left my mind. I hope that it comes back. I'm so much better off without a care in the world. I hope I don't go back. I don't know where I left my mind. I hope that it comes back. I'm so much better off without a care in the world. I hope I don't go
Bang, bang, new thing, flags up, lights out, put a watch, cause we up to no good. Look, look,
I'm so much better off.
without a care in the world. Bang, bang, new thing, flags up, lights out, put a watch, cause we up to no good. Look, look,
I'm so much better off.
look, look. It tastes really good, really good, really good, really good, really good, really good, really good.
I'm so much better off.
Without a care in the world.
Stabilization is more than a bad habit. Mastering all your crafts, manipulate life like magic. And even when it still feels so tragic, reverse engineer the fears and be the last one laughing. It's been a long walk since the bottom of whatever well. Drinking drinks alone, now it's like I never tell what's up or down. Trying to keep my feet on the ground, still holding a frown and bay while the bulls circle around and I get it down. Looking past the person that I was, trying to shake off the feeling that I can never trust myself or anybody I actually held close. The truth is, my fam was the ones that I chose. Choosing my own team, choosing my own path. Always better than leading the charge, working on the aftermath. Until my outlet is procuring my salvation. Be chomping at the bit, working as an outpatient. The finish line is wherever you stop. The accolades you grab, the names you drop. Won't mean nothing when they caught you off. Getting in where your fit is better when you earn your spot. Finish line is wherever you stop. The accolades you grab, the names you drop. Won't mean nothing when they caught you off. Getting in where you fit is better when you earn your spot.
This is the pinnacle of the syllable love. A verse is intertwined with individual's blood, because the sacrifice is often worth it, and practice makes it perfect. To be the prophet that the game needs to make it work when you ain't so sure about the state of things. You wanna evolve, but peers just complicate because of catering. And ridicule is the burden of genius, but it seems that every dream just comes apart at the seams when your vision gets realized, and realized, and realized gets spoken. Just to see the lives will stay broken, beholden and witness that Pandora's box is open, and all that is left at the bottom is just some hoping. It's all I need to ascend heights and achieve the God's head when the pen writes. It's like it's all I need to ascend heights and achieve God's head when the pen writes.
The finish line is wherever you stop. The accolades you grab, the names you drop. Won't mean nothing when they caught you off. Getting in where you fit is better when you earn your spot. Finish line is wherever you stop. The accolades you grab, the names you drop. Won't mean nothing when they caught you off. Getting in where you fit is better when you earn your spot.
Everybody moves to cruise the room. 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 Everybody must be, 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 everybody must be.
Fascist roof thing. Evil men with races confused, spreading all across the land. Don't just sit there on your ass and mock that funky chain dance. Brothers, sisters, shoot your best. We don't need this fascist groove thing. Brothers, sisters, we don't need this fascist groove thing. Brothers, sisters, we don't need this fascist groove thing. Make these brothers lend a hand, increase our population, grab that groove thing by the throat, throw it in the ocean. The reason I can move my soul is cruise out of the dance floor. Come out your house and dance your dance. Brothers, sisters, we don't need this fascist groove thing. Brothers, sisters.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Looking at our webinar for Hacker Rundown, 16th of May 2020. By the way, guys, are you all in? If you could hear us via live stream over YouTube, we encourage you to place in something on the chat box. And also, go grab yourself a drink. Yeah, and then let's enjoy the rest of the night. We'll be starting this in a few minutes. On my count, that's around 15 minutes. I like how the chat is going on with Google Meet. Pardon me for having background noises for the meantime. Family's all excited that we're doing this in the glory of our home. But learning while we're at home amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, quite cool, diba? Who would have imagined that technology could bring us to this new heights? Well, for the meantime, I'll leave you there. Just let us know, reach out to us if ever you find any problems logging onto the stream, or if you wanted to dial in to the call, just let us know. We'll try and accommodate you. But for the meantime, go grab a snack. You know, if you haven't had dinner yet, you still have 10 minutes to go grab your dinner. So also, in advance, we would like to apologize if there would be some dead air along the way, but would make sure that would minimize the dead air. To minimize that, I'd bring about the sponsors for this event, the participants, the speakers. We'll be introducing you as we go along. We've got We've got this one is actually powered by RootCon, the largest hacking community in the Philippines. By BugCrowd, the bug bounty platform, crowdsource security platform. Please do check their website. Give it a go. And then Nullforge. Nullforge, as you can see, I'm wearing the shirt. One of our sponsors. Thank you for the shirt. Nullforge, securing your presence in the cloud. Invalid Web Security by Bug Bounty PH. And then we also have Hack Street Boys, professional cybersecurity group. Day one, consecutively, the CTF put out by RootCon, and last year's RootCon CTF was actually created by the Hack Street Boys. And then we've got Secuna, cybersecurity testing platform for startups. Later on, we'll be plugging a little bit more. Aside from sponsors, we'll be plugging on some events. If you wanted a shout out, just let us know. Just send it over at the chat box, and then I'll do my best to have it a read if we do have time. And then we're on by 9 o'clock all the way to 12. So hang on to your socks. Make sure you wear them boots. And then, join me. We're on GCQ. So have fun and join me. I'll be drinking along the way with you guys. That's how we do it. Nothing really formal. We love it that way. So if you could send us a photo of yourself doing the webinar while having a drink, please do so. All right. I'll leave you a few minutes. I'll be back by 9 o'clock.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo, even out, settle scores quick. My disaster recovery requires even more discs. Put your bites up, prove it or you forfeit. Got my C64 and we blew it into orbit. M Bison with 8 straight perfects. Overbold emotions make hate break circuits. In case you heard, it's a name fake service. Optimize our runtime to escape verdicts. Got an integer scope flow that they can't sign. Passing code, didn't sanitize command lines, landmine. So before they'll see me after, I'm advice dog, courage, woke plus velociraptor. Don't prove we're human unless we really have to. My team built schemes that destroy, recapture. Hate what they see. Finish this chapter. By the way, we're not any geeks, we hack into NASA. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze, hack all the things. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. Drink all the booze, hack all the things. 0 through 3, we're in every single ring. I'm just waiting till my BlackBerry dies, cause I'll replace it with the Raspberry Pi.
this track, it makes everything they said dull. Neutralize any threat, turn Red Skull to Dev Null. They killed virus writers that we mentioned, but instead they ascended to the VX heavens, then reincarnate as live wires. Still inside we hide ciphers and sign device drivers. Which school will we hit next? They didn't learn the format, so we've got to print F. Next step is a chin check. Freestyles that I spit best, they didn't decrypt yet. I crush internet MCs and rhyme battles. Get your Wi-Fi tackled, hacked by pineapple. I don't think you'll like my Snapple, cause I popped it with vodka in a cyanide capsule. We drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things.
You know there's gonna be security, right?
First we drink all the booze, then hack all the things, then backdoor the firmware on anything you bring, regardless of the hardware, service or encoding. Connected to the internet and someone's gonna own it. This is for the pirates that clap and love the sound. Attacking from the cloud, then we're back in underground. There's no masking from us now. We pop tornadoes around the globe, track and hunt you down. Packed on schedule, added to your calendar. Devices online, here comes another challenger. State infiltrated, so undercover. This is for my comrades who stare at the debuggers and trace every buffer. Examining the code flow, haven't been to sleep, better pop another no-dose. I think I'll need a planet-sized urn, cause some men just wanna watch the world burn. Your turn.
We stay out of jail.
Technologically possible, yeah.
Drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings, so we drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things, drink all the booze, hack all the things. 0 through 3, we're in every single ring.
I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
Hack all the things. Drink all the booze. Hack all the things. Hack all the things. Hack all the things. Things. 0 through 3, we're in every single ring. Hack all the things.
Yeah, well, good luck, man.
Drink all the booze. Hack all the things. Got this vodka and this Red Bull, they still give me wings. Drink all the things. Drink all the vodka and hack all the booze. Drink all the booze. Hack all the hackers. Hack all the starter, we've nowhere to go. Quick with the rhythm, ain't no taking it slow. Got a need that I feed now by hitting the road, and I'm living every minute of it, ripping it shows. They made it addicted, flipping this music. Had a dream now, I'm in it, but considered it lucid. Out with the jury, so inconclusive. I could quit it if I wanted, but there's no way to prove it. Lights in my eyes, never shun in the glare. The game full of rappers, and I'm loving the players. Staring at the crowd, I was sudden aware. With the sea full of bodies, fists pumping the air. Where I wanna be when my heart quits popping. Put me in the DJ's turntable coffin. Made it feel invisible, no one's gonna stop it. The beats in the speakers, so we're gonna rock it. All my last rights, so don't ask why. Ask why. Time will pass by for this fast life. It goes back and forth and back and forth
Shout out kay Tikbala.
Hit the road, get on my flight, fine, touchdown, reset.
Shout out kay
Gotta
Boss
get in
Tix.
my right mind. Every second is prime time, along for the ride. When
I
it's
love you,
body's my vehicle,
Shane.
I'ma drive my.
Good evening, sirs. 117 people. Wow.
All right, good evening again. We'll start by 9:05. We're just waiting for a few more, like a minute to go. Would like to acknowledge all of our international audiences. Thank you for dropping by. And of course, I want to say thank you to all of those who logged into the call and watching us over the live stream, both international and domestic. Thank you for dropping by. We'll guarantee that you'd be having fun all the way through until 12 o'clock. You guys have something to drink on your end? If you don't, just let me know. I'd be happy to pour you a glass. Then later on, we'll be giving away a few swags coming from our sponsors. We've got Nalforge, we've got Secuna, and we also have Bug Crowd. This entire thing powered by RootCon. Would like to actually thank Sir Semprix for putting this together. Right now, he's the technical director for this entire event. We're getting our cues from him, and with the help of Sir Shipcode, all the way from Cebu. Who would have thought that this would be possible? And yours truly, I'm speaking or talking from the land of California. So we're just waiting for a few minutes to drop. Then we're gonna drop down the hammer and we're gonna get on with this one. So while we're waiting for that, again, this is brought to you by RootCon, the largest hacking community in the Philippines. Bug Crowd, the bug bounty platform. It's a crowdsourced security platform for bug bounty. And then Nalforge, securing your presence in the cloud. Invalid web security by Bug Bounty PH. And then Hack Street Boys, professional cybersecurity group. And Secuna, cybersecurity testing platform for startups. Actually witnessed Secuna in one of the pitch. I think it's the pitch here in the Philippines. Pitch for $1 million, I think. That was
Hi, Jamie. I think you're muted.
All right, now we're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, listening all over the world, we are live. Welcome to the Hacker Rundown of 16th May 2020. This is brought to you by RootCon, the largest hacking community in the Philippines, BugCrowd, the bug bounty platform, crowdsource security platform, or bug bounty platform, NullForge, securing your presence in the cloud, Invalid Web Security by Bug Bounty PH, Hack Street Boys, professional cybersecurity group, Secuna, cybersecurity testing platform for startups. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome and to officially welcome us to the Hacker Rundown. Let me introduce to you the people that would be doing our icebreaker for tonight. I won't spell out their entire name because they'd be speakers as well for this event. With a round of applause or maybe with a warm acceptance through chat, help me welcome Jay-Z and AJ.
Hello, hello, hello. So I'm not sure if you can hear me well. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. So I am not sure if Jay-Z is here with us today or tonight, rather. But yeah, so Bug Bounty PH is a local community for bug bounty hunters. So we started this way back, I guess, before
Wait,
the
na.
trend of bounty. So yeah, and while waiting for Jay Z, we have prepared a icebreaker for you guys. So while we're continuing our list of speakers, introducing the list of speakers, we can have our games first. So yeah, Sir Jam, do you have the ano ba? I guess the Kahoot or ready or yeah.
Yes, I got the swags. I'll be giving it away every after speaker. So for now, are we still waiting for AJ? If we're still waiting for AJ, we could chat along. How was your experience, AJ, with this entire pandemic? How's it been going?
Okay. So I'm currently logging in my Kahoot so that we could start our icebreaker. So yeah, so we're still waiting for Jay Z as well.
Yes, we're still waiting for Jay-Z. So, like what I've said a minute ago, while we're waiting, instead of giving away everything that we have in our treasure box, we'll be giving that away later on. What we're going to do for now is maybe we could talk about how is it going on your end. I mean, during the pandemic, how's it going on your end? Do you still have work? Are you doing a lot of
Yeah, yeah.
projects?
All right. So we've been very busy during the pandemic. Actually, I think most of us. We also know that we're not going back to the normal that we used to have, or yeah, because of course we have to be very careful because of the COVID-19. There's a possibility, huge possibility that could possibly infect us. Yeah. Also, it helps us to be more active as well in our work during the pandemic because we have more time spending for work rather than the traffic. Because Manila's traffic is so insane.
Yeah, I like it that you're taking it that way. For our friends in the information security, and the information security community here in the Philippines, it's easier, I guess. It's more productive because lesser the travel time. Well, maybe their bosses are not liking it because they won't be showing up in the office. But I guess, yeah, you're correct. That's the new normal. So, just to share with everyone in our live stream and in our call, please pardon if we're building small chats between me and AJ for the moment. And that is because we're trying to fix the patch, the audio patch of Jay Z. But he'd be soon online. Do not worry. If you get cut off from the call, all you have to do is just dial back in. The call isn't limited. We have tons of hours for this call. So sky's the limit. Also, I would like to ask those that are logging in into the Google Meet call to kindly mute your lines immediately after you log into the call. That is to avoid external noises. Yeah? All right. Fortunately, I couldn't read all your chats, but I'm happy that we're already at 155. So there's 155 people in the call. AJ, what's your expectation for tonight's event? Is there a lot of things to learn? I know I have the list of speakers, but what's your expectation?
Well, for me, it's gonna be lit. Of course, we have an international speaker with us tonight. Her name is Ria Mora. He's a bug bounty enthusiast, bug bounty manager, I guess. I'm not sure about that one, but she's very into bug bounty.
Mhm.
In San Francisco, in Bay Area, and we also have some professional bug bounty hunters or cybersecurity professionals with us tonight as well. Filipino-based professionals. So it's gonna be lit. A lot of knowledge. They will be sharing basics for our newbie, our starters in bug bounties, and we will be also sharing about information about ROOTCON as well, the local hacking conference, the biggest and the largest hacking conference here in the Philippines.
I like that. I like the sound of it because, man, looking at the list of speakers, I'm quite amazed on how much the information security community has been thriving. Just the other day, I've learned that there was an event this morning. I just forgot what it's called. But then again, it's also information security connected, or it's inclined into information security. Events has been left and right, doing these webinars, and we the sound of it because, man, looking at the list of speakers, I'm quite amazed on how much the information security community has been thriving. This is amazing. Sorry for being cut off for a second there. Something just came up. I think our patch went cahoots for a while. But then again, are we still waiting for Jay-Z? Jay-Z, if you're in the call, just unmute your line and say hello.
Yeah, we're still waiting for JC because JC is the founder of this group. He created this platform or this group actually to connect us, every single researcher collaborating in that group. Yeah, and yeah, we're still waiting for JC as well. So, yeah.
All
And
right.
while waiting for JC, I'm still connecting to Kahoot as well so that we can start our icebreaker.
Sure. And then you've mentioned if there's somebody from the call in this call, coming internationally that you're not situated in the Philippines, I'd love for you to unmute your lines and say hello. Just give us your handle and say hello. You're free to unmute your lines if you're calling from abroad. Any takers?
Hello?
Hi. Who's
All
this?
right,
Hello,
that's
this is
JC.
Jay. Sorry, I got a problem in my laptop, so I use my phone.
All right. So yeah, can you give us an introduction about Bug Bounty PH? Yeah.
Okay, by the way, before we get started, I'm Jason Zabate. I'm one of the founder and admin of Bug Bounty PH, and I'm also Bug Bounty Hunter since 2013. And I'm former application security consultant at Fortify On Demand. So Bug Bounty PH is a community for security researcher and bug bounty hunters that related to web hacking, mobile hacking under Bug Bounty program. Then you can join to our page, to our group and page, Bug Bounty PH. Then you can share your experience and write-ups. If you have
All
to
right.
report,
Thank you
yes,
for.
yes,
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead,
yes,
JC.
that's all. Then if you're reported a unique food
Magandang gabi sa lahat.
you can share with us. And yeah, that's all.
All right. Thank you, JC. Since we got the introductions out of the way, why don't you guys tell them what to expect, and then we'll be moving on to our first speaker.
Yeah, I guess I think the Kahoot is ready, so we could start our icebreaker before we start our first speaker.
All right, go for
All right.
it.
So I'll be sharing my screen right now. All right. Yeah. All right. Can you see my screen, guys?
Yes, yes.
Yun.
All right. So yeah, fire, fire up your Kahoot, join to our game and enter this pin 4674167 and let's play for quite some time before we started. So yeah, so we're now getting some players. So 3 players already. So yeah, please join.
I like this. It's very interactive.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, keep on joining, keep on joining to our Kahoot, and we have at least 10 questions. And for the winner, I guess we have some prizes, right, Sir Jamie?
Yes,
Yes,
we do.
yes.
Definitely. Sorry, there was someone who's unmuted a while ago asking if pwede siya sumali. For our international audience, that means can I join? Yes, you can definitely join, please.
All right.
Man, we got a lot of people in the call. We've got 250.
Yeah. Ours gonna be hackers. We're getting some payloads as well as username. Yeah. All right. So we already have 75 players, 76 actually, and it's keep on increasing. All right. So once we have at least 100, I guess we could start.
Sure.
Right. By the way, Sir Jamie, what are the prizes that could possibly be rewarded to those winners of this play or this game or icebreaker?
Well, I'm wearing one of them. So we're giving away shirts, courtesy of Null Forge. We're giving away mugs coming from Null Forge. We're giving away a few. Well, for the final raffle later on, to mention, we're giving away an RC14 All Access Pass.
Wow, that's awesome.
Just,
So
just to be clear, we're not giving away accommodation for Taal Vista.
yeah.
It's not a vacation.
It's gonna be expensive for the ROOTCON. Yeah.
Well, we don't mind the expenses. It's more of if we give you the accommodation, everybody else would be asking for it.
All right. So yeah. So Jamie, we already have 120.
Hey,
I
take it
guess
away,
we'll
man.
start.
Yeah, take
Right.
it away.
So we're now starting. Oh, the players are keep on joining. So I'm not sure if we're gonna start. All right. Here we go. All right, let's start. So first question. Which of the following is the first ever bug bounty program? Mozilla, Netscape, iDefense, or Yahoo? All right. So the answer is Netscape. It was, I guess, 1995 or 1996. So yeah. I'm not sure why my name is there, but I guess someone created a username of me. Yeah, yeah. So second question is, which of the following is not a bug bounty platform? Bugcrowd, Sekuna, eBay, or HackerOne?
AJ, I'm starting to
All
think that
right.
this game is entirely rigged by you.
I'm not sure. I'm not playing either. Yeah. Someone is playing me. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Let's go for the question number 3. It is intended to give ethical hackers clear guidelines for submitting potential security vulnerabilities. Is it privacy policy, acceptable use policy rather, vulnerability management policy, or vulnerability disclosure policy? All right. So we've got 49 correct answers. Next question. All right. So the first place is for Bongtams. The second is JMS and Lex. So the fourth question is, who is the first person to become the youngest millionaire in Bug Bounty? Johnny Sins, Kevin Mitnick, Thiago Lopez, or Gerald Camacho?
I, I, I think you're missing someone.
Who?
Ship Code is one of the millionaires in Bug Bounty.
Whoa! I didn't know
Yes,
that.
yes, yes.
All right. So the correct answer is Santiago Lopez. Yeah. Kevin Mitnick is the famous hacker, but he's not the youngest millionaire in Bug Bounty. So yeah. So the first place is Lex, then Tops, and Hawk Curry. So the fifth question. So what does XXE stand for? XML Extreme Entity, XML Exploit Entity, XML Mine XML Editor, XML External Entity. All right. So the correct answer is XML External Entity. And let's see the ranking. All right. So Lonely Boy and Danex joining the podium. So true or false? Is risk and vulnerability are the same? True or false? All right. 120 plus answers. All right. So of course, risk is different from vulnerability. So yeah. So the seventh question is, what does RCE stand for? Remote command execution, remote code execution, reverse code engineering, or reverse command engineering? Well, yes, of course, it's remote code execution rather. So yeah. So the first place is still Lex, second now is Hawkery, and the third one is Taps. So yeah. So next question, true or false? Is zero-day vulnerability is a type of vulnerability unknown to the creator or vendor of the system or software? True or false? All right. Of course, zero-day is a vulnerability type of unknown to the creator or vendor. So Gid is now the third place, Ace Jeff is the fourth, and Mac is the fifth on the podium. So our second to the last question is, which of the following is being used to calculate the severity of a security vulnerability? Common vulnerability scoring system, critical vulnerability scoring system, common vulnerability severity scoring, or calculate vulnerability severity system. So the right answer is the red one, common vulnerability scoring system, or CVSS. So are you ready for our last question? So here we go. The last question is, how much is the minimum bounty for Facebook's white hat program or bag bounty program? $50, $100, $500, or 1,000 or a grand US dollar? All right, so it's $500 for the minimum bounty for the being offered by Facebook's white hat program or bag bounty program. So our winners are third one is cybersecure. The second place is fuckery. And the first place is Lex. Alright. So yeah. Let's capture the screen. And I guess we're ready to go, Sir Jamie.
Absolutely. That was quite a fun game. We should be organized whilst working from home. I think in the future we should be taking advantage of the entire work from home scenario, and then let's do a little quiz night with the people that are already in the call. We'll make sure to arrange one of those events in the future. But this is very interesting. By the way, before we move on, I was asking a while ago if you guys remembered, if somebody's dialed in from abroad, I'd like to, mention specially Kamran Ameli Zamani. He's calling all the way from UK. Thank you very much for dropping by. We really appreciate you being in the call. All right, AJ, is that it for your icebreaker? Because it was one hell of a fun icebreaker.
Well, yeah, that's it. We have the winner already. So first place is Lex, second place is Huckery, and our third winner is Cybersecure. So I'm not sure what they're getting, but I'm sure they're getting something. Yeah.
Yes. Just make sure that you get their details, and then we'll take care of it.
Yeah, kindly PM us about your details to those winners, those three winners, and yeah.
Yes, please. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much, JC and AJ. Please pardon them. It's AJ is not a stranger. He's not really a stranger of public speaking. I've seen him present several times. That's why it's I put him on the spot a while ago to be my co-host for the beginning of this webinar. As for JC, we seldom, you know how techie people are. They seldom speak. They express themselves in what they do. But moving along, ladies and gentlemen, I officially welcome you to Hacker Run. So, sorry, did I say that right? Didn't get that right. Welcome to Hacker RunDown. Rather, sorry about that. It's kind of difficult with managing everything with one single screen. So, for our first speaker, the title of the talk would be Getting Started in Bug Bounty. So let me just get my screen up and introduce the person. Give me a second here. All right. Our speaker is a graduating computer engineering student with a keen interest in web and mobile security. He is in the bug bounty hunting field for more than 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, for our first speaker, help me welcome Dan Nino Fabro. Round of applause. Dan, are you there?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
How are you doing, Dan?
Fine. I'm okay here.
Are you ready to go?
Feeling nervous?
Don't be. Nobody's going to throw tomatoes at you because this is virtual. All right, Dan, we're going to leave this to you. Good luck, buddy.
Thanks.
You can share your slides at any moment right now.
Wait. Let me just...
All right, while we're waiting for Dan to start, by the way, guys, we have reached the limit of people to be admitted in the call for Google Meets. So we encourage those that are trying, if you could hear me from live stream, just log into live stream. And if your friends are asking you for information on how to join the call, please redirect them or direct them to the live stream because we maxed out at 250. All right, Dan, you ready to go?
I'm gonna having issues here right now. Wait.
Oh yeah, sure. Take your time, buddy.
How lovely. I could see Dennis Paul Nino Sanchez on the call, and he's on the right side of my screen. Dennis, how was your webinar this afternoon? All good? Very nice. That's really good to hear. Any other familiar faces? Trying to look at familiar faces while I'm waiting for Dan to start his talk. Let me see. For those that I don't recognize, please do pardon me, but maybe when we see each other in RootCon, I'd be most likely able to recognize you. All right. Sorry, we're
Yeah, so while we're waiting for Dan, please make sure that you have registered already to our registration form, because yeah, we have some raffle, I guess, right, Sir Jamie?
yes. That'd be. I think somebody already dropped the information in the chat box in the call, but for those that are in the live stream, just wait for something to pop out. We'll make sure that it's there, either in the comment section or in the chat in the live stream.
Are you okay, Dan? Are you okay? Are you ready?
Dan, are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm kind of having issues here with the internet. Sorry.
Right, sure.
Okay, no worries about that. Sorry, I'm encouraging our audiences, AJ, to be interactive. I know that they could unmute their lines. If you do have questions, just unmute your line. Of course, not interrupting the speaker. And then let us know. Let us know your question. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
that's
you-
right.
AJ,
if-
can you give me permission to to
I'm not the
share
admin
my
actually.
screen?
Let's ask Sir Jamie about that one. So yeah, Sir
Sure.
Jamie, can you give access to Don so that he could present?
Sure.
He could actually present already because you just need to click on the right side bottom of the screen.
I'm gonna having an error here. Can't share your screen. You must grant permission in order to share your screen.
All right, hold on.
All right. Let's try and figure that one out.
Jamie. Jamie. Jamie.
Yes, sir.
I think he needs to request to present so that we can see it on our end.
All right. I don't think I have it on my end though.
I already requested, sir.
That's weird. I can't see it from my end, but let me try that again.
Sorry for those in the call and also in live stream. Pardon us if we're having dead air because we're trying to figure out the technical aspect of how to share screen. Hackers, right? But
Yeah.
nevertheless, one of the secrets of hackers is they don't know Excel. If you're not if you're working for an information security company and there I think it's sharing, but
I think it's ready. Yeah.
Yeah, there it's ready. But just to finish and pass over to Dan, hackers don't know Excel. I've discovered that when I was working with one of the blue chip companies before. I won't drop the name anymore. Only those in management knows how to do Excel. But engineers, man, they're keyboard cowboys, but they don't know Excel. All right, Dan, you ready to go? Dan, are you there? I could see your screen.
Yep. Sorry for the trouble, guys.
All right. So Dan, all you. Please take over.
So yeah, I'll be covering the basics on getting started in bug bounty. Actually, around the web, in one simple Google search, there are already a lot of how to get started in bug bounty articles, videos, and presentations. Still, I hope with this, I am able to inspire, encourage, and help you to become a security researcher. So, a description about myself: I co-founded a cybersecurity company and a startup for teachers. Also co-founded a non-government organization primarily focused in promoting cybersecurity and digital safety awareness here in Northern Mindanao. Also part of a CTF team. Second to Hack Street Boys here in the Philippines based on CTF time. And as a graduating computer engineering student, I am affiliated with other organizations and institutions as well. Even as a student, I found myself to be really into information security. Here's my LinkedIn handle. You guys can connect with me on LinkedIn. Well, technically, these are just some of the companies I've already found vulnerabilities residing in their online features or services. Got acknowledged and rewarded, and there are other private companies as well. Um, If you're not familiar with bug bounties are also known as responsible disclosure programs, are set up by companies to encourage people to report potential issues discovered on their sites. Some companies chose to reward a researcher with money, swag, or an entry in their Hall of Fame. If you're interested in web application security or mobile application security, then this is a great way of honing your skills with the potential of earning some money and or credibility at the same time. Why bug bounty? Because for companies, it lessens their security breaches. Of course, because it lessens security breaches, it, it enhances their security applications as well. Access to thousands of researchers around the world. You can, if you have a company, you can try approaching. Here in the Philippines, we have Sikuna. But as security researchers, um, first is connections, of course. You get to meet new people across the world and collaborate with them. The awesome and supportive bug bounty community are there to help if you have trouble in your reports. And if you're lucky, you get to take freebies from companies you find the vulnerabilities with. And as you know, cybersecurity or information security is an emerging field in the software world nowadays. The demand for cybersecurity professionals continue to rise. That's why having valuable bug bounty experience can and might lead you to a job offer. And accordingly, because you have submitted a vulnerability, you can be rewarded with money. And with that in mind, you can also be proud of what you have achieved or gained out from it. And lastly, you also can gain experience from challenging yourself. The million-dollar question: how do I start? Well, like any other profession, you don't go into battle with if you're not equipped with substantial knowledge on what you will be facing. This goes the same with bug bounty, of course. It's important that you know how the internet works, of course, um, how JavaScript is implemented, what are different web frameworks out there, the back end, the front end, the list goes on. Also understand the basic web terminologies such as what is a get request, post request, delete, put, options request, what is the purpose of headers such as an origin, referrer, cookie, etc. I also recommend you do some light reading. Read books related to bug bounty or information security. The first one is the web application Hacker's Handbook, second edition by David Stothard and Marcus Pinto. And the second is Mastering Modern Web Penetration Testing. Third is Peter Yaworski's Web Hacking 101, the OWASP, the new OWASP testing guide, and also Peter Yaworski's Real World Bug Bounty Hacking, or I mean bug hunting. Also, you can join a lot of bug bounty communities here in the Philippines. Here, also worldwide. Here in the Philippines, we have Bug Bounty PH. And last but not the least, familiarize yourself of the vulnerabilities through engaging learning platforms such as HackerOne's hacker101.com, Bugcrowd University, and Pentester Lab. And these are just some of it. I recommend that you know the command line syntax, particularly on Linux, and follow the YouTube channels of Nahamsec, Stock, Function, and John Hammond, among others. They stream and showcase content related to bug bounty. You can also participate in capture the flag competitions, form a team, collaborate, solve challenges not only in web category but also forensics, reverse engineering, and programming, among others. Para matest nyo kung hanggang saan ang knowledge nyo in that field. There are a lot of CTF competitions available online. You can check it out sa ctftime.org. Also, you might want to check out some announcements of Capture the Flag competitions in your area. Through HackMe, our org, and the help of tech communities here in Northern Mindanao, we have conducted meetups and Capture the Flag competitions already, not only to students, but also to professionals. We have also national level Capture the Flag competition for college students, which is Hack for Gov, conducted by the ICT's NSERT, or National Computer Emergency Response Team. Our university's Bloodhounds got third place last year. Di ako sure kung merong ganitong event though for this year, knowing my outbreak. Some FAQs. On the first question, do I need to invest some money? The answer is no. Resources are already available online. You only have to put up your browser and do the learning yourself. You can simply Google it up or DuckDuckGo it up. Second question, how should I know it's time for me to start? If you feel that you're already confident with the knowledge you've gained, why not? Try hunting for bugs on the site with less competition and it's not on hacking platforms. Take into consideration if they have any bug bounty programs. Before you conduct a test, make sure you ask permissions from them. On the third question, will I go to prison if ever I broke an institution's production site? Yes, possibly. Yes. If you didn't follow the guidelines, if you didn't follow the rules given and stated by the company in their program scope, and if you exploited it further, then you shouldn't. When doing bug bounty, just some few reminders. Don't threaten the company employees. Don't beg for money or reward. Don't beg bounty. Don't compare two different programs. There are different programs. Respect the institution's decisions. Read the program rules thoroughly. Respect other researchers. And lastly, always be humble and be patient. Bug bounty starter pack. You should be equipped with this. The starter pack is incomplete without intercepting tools such as burp, Fiddler, or the OWASP ZAP, Z Attack proxy project. You can also choose either of these three, but the widely used one here is burp due to a number of plugins you can attach into it. Accordingly, you can proceed with the pro version instead of the community edition. I suggest that you buy the license instead na using the pirated one. Don't larilaw on this, man. Take it as a support for the company who made it. Recon tools. There are a lot of them, from open source scripts made and shared by security researchers themselves, to browser extensions, and even some developer tools. You can utilize them. If you could create one, the better. To further know more about this, tune in lang kayo kasi topic siya sa isang speaker namin dito, si Master James Buzon. And payloads, hell a bunch of it. These are the bullets in your guns. One of our best friends as bug bounty hunters, and payloads differ for each vulnerability out there. Of course, practice makes perfect. Try it on a more controlled environment. BWAP, WebGoat, Hack the Box, Utility, Dan, Vulnerable Web Application, the new OWASP Juice Shop. Targets, you can find one on Sikuna, on HackerOne, Bugcrowd, Integrity, Hack and Proof, Open Bug Bounty, Synac, Zerocopter, Bounty Factory. And you can also use Google Docs on this. Simply use this as a way for you to search this. Report. You should be very specific on this. Provide step-by-step instructions. provide an attack scenario, provide screenshots if needed, and if you create a video, make it accurate, quick, and professional. It doesn't have to it's not necessary to add background music into it anymore if you have a video. Then now, before I proceed on the demo, let me just emphasize on this because this might happen to the people who are going to be bug bounty hunters and might have already happened to some who are already in this field. Bug bounty hunter burnout. I know a lot of people in the infosec community who are driven and are always the vibe, but then suddenly, biglang ayaw na magbabounty. Although burnout and depression share some symptoms, they are different. If you suffer from depression, I suggest you should visit a mental health professional. The majority of hackers do bug bounty hunting as part-time. This means that besides a day job or a day of studies, we dedicate yet another chunk of our daily hours looking for vulnerabilities on bug bounty programs. Well, guess what? It takes time and energy to first understand how targets work, then analyze and test the different features. Doing it every day is really exhausting. In the end, we're not even sure that we'll find a vulnerability or not. These are just some of the factors why others quit bug bounty. Dupes or duplicates, they might have been bombarded with a lot of duplicates or reports already submitted firsthand by other researchers. Now, this is just normal because the bug bounty scene really is competitive. Expectations. Some expected that they will be getting a huge payout after just sending a clickjacking related report. Wag ganun pre, you should know the impact of every vulnerability you are submitting. Third one is that some programs actually take a huge toll in time when it comes to triaging. Especially ngayon, some companies are still adjusting to this new norm. And lack of focus, instead of focusing in one program, they jump from one program to another. I suggest you stick to one. Maging suki ka muna sa isa bago ka maghan sa iba. And lastly, overwhelmed by the community. For this, some information security people actually post or share their achievements or bug bounty rewards through social media platforms. It's normal to be proud of what you have achieved, but some who have seen such start questioning their abilities um, and then compare themselves, which has only one outcome. It's either they feel incompetent, jealous, or even pessimistic. Now, with this, I hope you organize your um, bug bounty journey. Don't overdo it. If you're not organized, you will always achieve less and feel that you are behind your goals. Second is you should eliminate exhaustion by giving yourself some rest. The good thing about bounty hunting is the time flexibility it provides. So take advantage of it. Life has a lot to offer, um, other than just rushing to find a bug or getting paid. Stay away from hacking until you cool down and feel rested. And lastly, don't be a douchebag, man. There are a lot of vulnerabilities you can find, you can look into. One thing to note is that even though it seems that a web application is secured, it really isn't. Will be bugs you can find in it. It's just a matter of focus and perseverance. These are just some of the vulnerabilities you can find. Cross-site request forgery, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, account takeover, SQL injection, XXE injection, application DOS, insecure direct object reference, information leakage, and many more. For this one, I'll be showing one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, reflected cross-site scripting. Um, Here, can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah.
For this one, I'll be showing one of the most common, of course. In this search input field, I'm going to try to enter a random string. Now, you can see that it is then reflected here. Now, what if I inject something that would enable me to escape from the code implemented and then inject mine? Say I want to pop an alert box through an image tag. So one thing, this is a payload, the most common payload. And if you hit enter, you will see an alert box popped. Cross-site scripting targets an application's users by injecting code, usually a client-side script, into a web application's output. The concept of cross-site scripting is to manipulate client-side scripts of a web application to execute it in the manner desired by the attacker. Cross-site scripting allows attackers to execute scripts in the victim's browser, which can then hijack user sessions, deface websites, or redirect the user to malicious sites. Another example would be SQL injection. For this web application, we can initially assume that the application is running on MySQL as its database. Here, you can see which one of the basic SQL queries out there. I won't be diving much into this topic since this will be discussed further by one of the speakers, Paul Biteng. In SQL injection, um, the way information is echoed back and even what separator is used will decide the detection technique to use. However, you don't have this information and you will need to guess it. Kailangan mong mag-formulate ng mga hypothesis at i-verify yun. The SQL query looks something like this as displayed, wherein the uppercase user and password are the values is submitted. The logic behind the authentication here is if the query returns at least one result, you're in. If the query returns no result, you have not provided a valid username and password. Our goal is to make the query return at least one result. To do so, we are going to inject a condition that is always true, which is 1 is equal to 1. So to do that, we are going to break outside of the single quote to here, the single quote here, using a single quote. Add a or keyword to make sure the comparison is always true, and add our always true comparison. 1 is equal to 1, and comment out the remaining query using a double dash, and a space at the end also matters. So if I copy this, paste this also in the password, and if I log in, I get to enter the admin account of this web application. Now the one I submitted is the payload. So that's it for the quick demo. Once you have already verified the 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 impact, you can then proceed on the reporting side. So yeah, that ends my talk. Well, to end my talk, I just want to thank the folks of Bug Bounty PH, RootCon for giving me this opportunity to share. Shameless plug-in lang pala sa mga pages na to. And like and follow. Thanks guys.
All right. So thank you, Dan, for that first topic that you presented about bug bounty. It's very insightful. So we've learned a lot about bug bounty as well. And for those our participants on our webinar, first ever webinar for the Bug Bounty PH, I think they've learned a lot. So I really like how you connect the capture the flag competition or the capture the flag challenges to Bug Bounty, because it enhances the skill, the knowledge of a cybersecurity researcher or a bug bounty hunter when it comes to security testing. And we're very thankful as well that Dan gives us some bug bounty tips about how to communicate with the program, triagers, and everything. And yeah, I guess Dan will be sharing the slides later on. So wait for that. We will announce that on RootCon page or on Bug Bounty group. So yeah, and I think we're ready for the second speaker.
Yeah. Oh, before that, Dan, by the way, very good job. Very well delivered. Is this your first time doing a talk live?
Online. This is my
Online.
first time. I've already been part of tech communities here in Northern Mindanao. I already shared some of my journey, bug bounty journey.
I see. Yeah, you're a young individual. This is well delivered. Keep doing what you do. By the way, do you have upcoming events that you'd be sharing a talk or sharing knowledge in the upcoming days?
Right now we don't have yet, but we're still planning. Thank you, Sir John.
All right. But by any means, Dan, if you wanted to submit a topic, our call for papers for RootCon is still open. And for audiences, if you are interested to submit a call for papers for RootCon, we're very much open. Our review board will attend to it. That's for sure. Dan, thank you very much. I know our audience is going to share their round of applause, but here's one for you, man. Good job.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
Let's bring in our next speaker. This is no stranger for those attendees of RootCon. He's one of those speakers who's very, very lively. You'd see him walking around the halls of the convention during RootCon, wearing a tactical vest. You come near him, ask him for questions here and there. He's very generous in answering those questions. How should I introduce this guy? It's kind of difficult when you know the guy too much. So I'll take if it's okay with you, AJ, I'll take this away.
Yeah, sure.
All right. This guy is a manager for security operations at the Philippines for Bugcrowd Incorporated and one of the goons of RootCon. He has been acknowledged and rewarded by Facebook, Adobe, Yahoo, Microsoft, Mozilla, and other else. And one of his biggest contributions, and I'm very, very proud of this because I'm helping him out with some of the, how should I say this? I won't grab the credit, but most of the things he does for most of the things in the research is coming from him. I just help him with the grease monkey part. So he's one of those people who brought car hacking village to RootCon. He initiated it, if I may say so. With no further ado, I'd love to introduce my Lasallian brother, Sir Jay Turla. Are you there, Jay?
Yes, sir.
How are the chickens doing in the background? Still there?
No roosters for now.
Oh, I was waiting for that. It's one of the things that I enjoy during your presentations. By the way, Jay would be talking more of the intro to car hacking. So, Jay, if you don't mind sharing your screen and showing everyone what you have done and share with us how we could replicate it if ever.
Sure, sir. Jammy. Okay. Can you see my screen? Oh, wait, it's still presenting. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Let me pin you so that we could all see your screen.
Yeah, I can see it from my end.
All right. It's good. And loud and clear. Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. So this is an intro to car hacking, also called as white hat car napping, or is it? So I have some cool stuff to share. I don't know if it's cool for you, but I hope that I could impart you with some knowledge that I learned from my own research together with Jamie, who is your host. So he is also part of the Car Hacking Village. And as what you can see, I'm using the approved logo for Car Hacking Village because we are actually part of the Car Hacking Village in DEF CON, and we just brought it here in the Philippines. And then I'm also part of RootCon. So yeah, this is the first appearance of Car Hacking Village in Asia, and it was last year. So who am I? I'm gonna mention Jamie. I'm one of the ops manager for Bugcrowd, and I manage a cool team of hackers and bug bounty hunters as well. So I'm one of the goons and CFP review board, or the Call for Papers review board. I review all the awesome security research submitted by a lot of speakers. And I am actually Filipino or Pinoy on virtual cons with roosters in the background, because they have a lot of they are on different time zone, and I'm usually in the morning when I present to other cons. So this is my first talk at Bug Crowd. It was really noisy because there's roosters in the background, and it's fun. At least they coined it as Rooster Crowd. So I'm also an open source contributor, not just for MSF or Metasploit. And then I have been to other conferences inside, not just virtual, like HitCon, RootCon, DEFCON, Seasides for India, HitCon, and other conferences. So this is actually the first exhibition that we have for RootCon, which is the first car hacking village in the Philippines. And we exhibited our simulators, our instrument clusters, our hardware, our CAN bus tools, and we also presented how to do CAN sniffing, usual CAN bus attacks, and also how to detect malicious payloads or CAN messages through the anomaly detection system, which was brought by our friends from India, Arun Mani and Nikhil Bogam. So I hope some of you were able to play with it last year. And if you want to start your car hacking journey, you might want to read this book. It's The Car Hacker's Handbook, a guide for the penetration tester by Craig Smith. He was our speaker last RootCon 12, and you can see the online version that they have from the link on the slide. And so, because this is a bug bounty top conference or virtual meetup, so is there really a money in car hacking? So, as what you can see on the screen, there's actually money in a car hacking bug bash. So for Bug Crowd, we pay 224 USD all in all for a 3-day car hacking bug bash. And it's not just about web applications, it's really the car and the infotainment system and other attack surfaces that you can think of for a car. The highest payout that you could have as a bug for car hacking is 25,000 USD. And we paid more than that. So yeah, a lot of hackers during the time became millionaires for just 3 days. So these are the sample attacks carried out on attack surfaces. Imagine yourself in a house and you have the windows and the doors. So as a hacker, the windows and the doors are your attack surfaces or entry points. Now for a car, there are a lot of entry points. So you have entry points, and then these are the attacks that you could carry out. So take, for example, CAN injection attacks on the CAN or the controller area network. So when you say CAN, it's actually the protocol used by ECU or the electronic control unit or the engine control unit by cars. So basically ECUs are microcontrollers that your car has, and in a modern car, there are like 70 plus ECUs in a car. Your airbags have ECUs, your infotainments have ECUs as well, your engine have ECUs. So there's a lot of ECUs that you could play or connect to, and they all communicate with each other through CAN. But this is not just the protocol used for cars. There is FlexRay, there is LIN, and there's the radio. Even the radio head unit has an ECU. So from the second attack there, we have the radio attacks. So from the image, you can see there, that's a sample of a key fob attacks. So the problem with a key fob attack, for a typical replay attack, like the command that I just sent using HackRF from the image, you can't actually do it from a modern car because of rolling codes. So the best way that you could attack a car is through a roll gem attack. So when you say a roll gem attack, you need to, when someone presses the key fob, you need to jam and capture the key fob that was sent, and then you replay it to the car. So that's a sample of a roll gem attack. And if you want to know more about roll gem attack, just listen to Samicom Car's presentation about this for OWASP AppSec. And then aside from that, you also have hardware attacks. So yung mga controllers ng cars, so it needs physical access because you need to rip it off. And sample attacks that you can do with hardware attacks is like glitching and then reverse engineering and dumping the firmware. So you could also actually you could also change the firmware on the fly through CAN. So madami. And it's through a UDS attack. So because it has computers, sa car, you have IoT hacking. So if you rip off one of the infotainment systems or telematics or the onboard computers of your car, if you could find the UART or the JTAG, so yun, that's your entry point. And then for a car, most modern cars have firmware updates on the fly. So from if you try to sniff, if connected yung car mo sa Wi-Fi nyo, if you try to sniff it, and if there's an update going on, if you could look at the website where that update is coming from or that endpoint. So if it's a web interface, you could check for web vulnerabilities. And then also obvious because may mga protocols na iba, so we have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi services, you could do a memory corruption and DOS or denial of service attack. So if you could break your device, that's also an attack that we consider from our part. It's usually a P4 issue in background. So this is a sample of an unauthorized CAN access from the Black Hat presentation. So if you try to rip off one of the external interfaces, so you could actually find some CAN, even the chassis bus of the car. So if you just use a multimeter or a multi-tester and then check if my 1.5 volts done, it's actually traveling on the CAN protocol. And then you can sniff that message and then replay the message, or you could use it to open your car. So one example is the adaptive cruise control or the ACC. So take, for example, if you could use that or the chassis bus, which is yung brake lights nandun din, or the BCM, body control module of the car, you could also use that for opening your cars. So CAN has a lot of things that you could do. You could also kill the engine with it. So airplanes and your modern motorcycles that have fuel injected system, so they have CAN as well. So this is to reduce the interconnecting wires from control panels in the flight deck. So yun yung gamit ng CAN. So this is the sample overview. We have the LIN and the CAN and the FlexRay. So basically we're focusing on CAN. So we have the powertrain, the engine, the transmission, and the ABS. So that's the brake system. And then for the LIN, that's traveling on 40 kilobits per second. That's for the mirrors, the power, the seats, and the accessories. So that's just one wire. And the FlexRay, so yung mga steering wheel, if you could sniff the FlexRay, you could also turn your, you could control the steering wheels. And there's already a POC about that for a luxury car, which I can't name, but it wasn't posted in Twitter. So ito yung favorite tools ko. These are my favorite tools. We have the NanoCAN, the CANTAC, the STM32 CAN Sniffer by TechMaker, and the Value CAN 4. So STM32 and CANTAC are one of my favorite tools, and NanoCAN. And then Value CAN 4, it's a good tool if you want to use Vehicle Spy, which is an enterprise CAN bus testing tool. So it's really good. I mean, one of the founders of the Car Hacking Village used to work for this company called Intrepid Control Systems, and he was the one who sold me this value can 4, which I bought from DerbyCon, which was the second to the last DerbyCon. So ito yung car hacking tools by Jay Gamblin. You just need to clone this, and you could already have your own VM machine that is that allows you to start car hacking. Or you could even clone the tools that you just want. If you don't want to install your VM machine, you want a you already have a Linux machine and you just want to install the car hacking tools, you can clone the car hacking tools by Jay Gamblin. And if you already have the this tools, you need to learn how to use CanSend, CanGen, and CanDump. So this is a sample screenshot of CanSend. I will be doing a demonstration of that later on. And this is also a good tool, no open source, for fuzzing and using discovery services. It's called Caring Caribou. It's still on version 0.3, but it's really a good tool. Then we have, this is a sample, so I'll try to have a demo. So am I still live, if anyone can hear me?
Yeah, it's live.
All right, so I'm currently running virtual can right now, and let me just try to, so I'm currently running virtual can, and if I do a can dump, there shouldn't be, oh wait, sorry. Right, so if I try to use CanSend, and then this is the arbitration ID, 7DF, and with the interface that I have, so I should be able to have a dump. And then this is what you call the interface that you have, the arbitration ID, and the data length, which only has 1 byte, and this is the data frame, or the data. So you can see that I was able to do so. So if I try to fuzz, I've written some Python script to do that. So I will try to use UDS fuzz. Oh. And it's currently running the script. It's trying to do can fuzz. So let me try to run UDS server, which allows you to emulate an ECU simulator. So what you can see, my response, so it's acting, and there you can see that there are some packets sent and also may mga response tayo dyan. So what you can see, if I send 7DF01A, it's a known UDS, or Unified Diagnostic Command for Device Control for JM. And makita natin dyan, it's still running. So basically, that's what a UDS is. So these are the services that you are running, or kung mag-diagnostic ka sa car. So with UDS, you could also do a ECU reset of a car. And if I try to use this one, Caring Caribou, UDS discovery, so it will try to send diagnostic service, diagnostic session control. And wait, because I just try to run again the UDS server and fuzz. So if you try to fuzz that, it was able to have a response from server ID 77A. So ito yung response, and this is the request, yung arbitration ID, which is 710, and 77A yung response. So treat this one as your request, and this is your response. So cars have a way of knowing that, okay, I was able to send a good CAN message and the vehicle recognizes it. So ito yung response. This is the response. And if you have there VCDS, and if you wala na kasi hindi tayo nag-dump, but you should be able to have a response. So if I try to use can dump 7df 0102, sorry. Wait, vcan 0. Sorry. Anyways, can dump vcan 10. And send pala, sorry. vcan 0, 7df with 0102. I have the request and the response. So that's how you try to do a diagnostics for a car. And that actually means request for freeze frame code for the UDS. So if you try to do this, in your, please don't run this in your car because you might DOS the car. And for you to be able to reset your car from DOS, you need to do an ECU reset. So this will, in a bug bounty, if you use this one and you were able to do so, will reward you for a P4 issue. And then this is the sample of the Python script, which is pyvit. It allows you to actually pop the airbags with this script. So I don't need to do a sample for this one because I don't want to play on my airbags in the car. But you should be able to pop your airbags. Please don't try this at home. But if you have a firewall right now for the car, it's called SGW. This won't work because you need to know the seed of the car. And like I said, if you spot me in a conference, I will give you a NanoCan, which allows you to start your car hacking journey. And then you could code also, upload the code. You just need an Arduino Nano and a NanoCan to start your car hacking journey. So ito yung common enterprise tools. So sample demo natin. I'll have a video. Do I still have time? Minamadali ko kasi we are
4 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have 4 minutes.
I have 4 minutes. Okay. I just have a demo. So sorry if I was talking fast because I just want to, make sure na hindi tayo mabawasan ng oras. But here's a sample, sending CAN messages to the instrument cluster from PG. And I thank Jamie for helping me with the Mazda instrument cluster. So it's actually transmitting CAN messages to the instrument cluster using CANTAC and NanoCan. So if you want to start your car hacking experience, you could buy a instrument cluster, and then you could, even though you don't have an ECU, you could already send CAN messages. Sample for Mazda. So ito yung Mazda. We're trying to use NanoCan here. And we have a Mazda instrument cluster. So there you go. And you could actually spoof the engine control as well. So may mga alerts tayo sa cars na engine control, right? You can actually spoof that one as well. And there's a lot of things that you could really do with CAN. So anyways, because I have 4 minutes, this is my references. And yeah, that's it. We will be demonstrating more if we have on-site ROOTCON this year. And if not, we may have a virtual maybe. So baka ma-share din. But
no, we're keeping our fingers crossed. There will be ROOTCON 14.
That's why I'm praying for an on-site conference so that we could, because this year we have a lot of hardware that we want to share.
Correct. Jetman or Shipcode here was very, very generous to put together, an entire shipping of new gizmos from different places, sourced from different places. And we have now an ECU that we can put together. We have different instrument clusters from different car brands. Hopefully, if RootCon 14 continues, uh, ship code here would be able to, share more knowledge with us in the car hacking village in RootCon 14.
Yep. And one of the hardware that we have BMW, we have Mazda, we have Mazda 2, we have Mazda 6. So, yun. And we are actually inviting other car hacking village guys for next year.
Yeah,
So,
or if you are interested, you want to jump into the action, you wanted to share a few knowledge here and there after hearing this talk, might as well, get connected with Shipcode over here. You have his references right there. Make sure to reach out, and then we'll be happy to get you on board.
yeah. So basically, our godfather in the car hacking village is Sir Dax Labrador or Semprix. And then we have Jamie as my partner. And then we have two new additional guys, which we will be introducing soon. So Jane
Exactly.
and Dave.
Yep.
Jeff, I mean. Yeah.
So, if you wanted us to reset your kilometers or your mileage, approach us at Car Hacking Village and put it back to zero for you.
Oh yeah, we know the code for resetting your mileage, and we also know how to do an easier reset with just CAN bus. So, and if you want to have your TV Plus, you can do that as well. But the problem is TV Plus is not working.
Yeah. For the international, from the international callers that we have on the line, they might not know the referencing for the TV Plus, but it's a digital box that's a niche here in the Philippines, where most of the public utility vehicles have in there. They install it and post it on YouTube as a car hack.
Yeah, so Sir Hiltario is parut ng TV Plus. I haven't played if there's UART in there, but is it possible to hack the car keys? Yes, it is possible, but it's kind of hard with the immobilizer and the security that we have with the rolling codes right now. But there is a good research by Leonard, who is one of my friends. He's from Belgium, from Cossack B. He is a PhD in, he has, I think, a patent about key fob research attacks. Motorcycles, yes, you can do that as well. You need to have, especially if it's fuel injected. And this year for Car Hacking Village, there's actually one guy from UK who is gonna present about how to send CAN messages on a motorcycle. Jeepneys, if they have ECUs and if they're electronics, yes, but no. Is it capable of ejecting the passenger? No, this is not Top Gun or airplanes.
But sorry, I'll go back to one of the questions that we've read a while ago. Car keys, can it be hacked? Depending on the year model of the car. If it's still running on RF, yes, it can. It can be.
Yeah, we also have some question as well. I'll just read it first. So, do they need a car pa daw ba, Sir Jay, just to learn about car hacking? Or yeah,
Do you need a car? If you want to really lose your warranty for your car, yes, you might need. But if you want to have car hacking on a cheap, join with us and we will play with your old cars that you have. So you just need actually some ECUs. You need an engine control unit. You need some instrument clusters. You need your IVIs or infotainment systems sa cars nyo. And if you have that and you want to play with it, just go to RootCon or message Jamie and I.
Yeah, or
Asha. Yeah, go ahead, Jamie.
Or help us build our test benches for Car Hacking Village. We'd love to work with you.
Yeah. If you know James Dicken and he wants to connect, please let us know.
Tell him we are willing to accept him.
So by the way, shout out to our new Car Hacking Village members, si
Yep.
Jake Ellis and si Jeffrey Dimano.
Yeah, guys, if you're there, kindly unmute yourself for a second and then say hello, so people would recognize you if ever they go to RootCon 14, you come across them, they'd know who you are.
Hello, hello everyone. This
Right
is
there. Hello,
Jeff
everyone.
Timana.
There he is. All right, perfect. All right, guys. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Do we have much time? Let me just check real quick. It's 2200. Yeah, we've got time. All right. We'll move on to the next speaker right away. Then after that, maybe pause for a bit, like 2-3 minutes for your bathroom breaks or whatever. Would that be fair? AJ, are you still hanging on in there? No need
Yeah.
for no need for bathroom breaks.
No, I'm looking forward to our next speaker. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Because this guy very controversial, right?
Yeah.
I've been hearing the name for years. There was a moment in one of the conferences wherein I came across this guy, and then I don't know who the hell he is. Said, "Who? What's this kid doing here?" And then all of a sudden, somebody tapped me by the shoulder and said, "Hey, didn't you notice that guy was actually one of the people that was on the news?" And then I hope, in my on top of my head, I hope it's not for the wrong reasons. So I won't dig deep into that. But man, guy's very controversial. I love having him, doing talks and whatnot. Knowledge sharing. Man,
Yeah.
I can't wait to.
Some of our people, Filipino people, are calling him Unang Bayani, or the first hero in cybersecurity here in the Philippines. So yeah, we're very much excited to hear what he have prepared for us tonight.
Well, this is just my opinion, not opinion of anybody else who I'm affiliated with. But I wouldn't Unang Bayani. I think sure, call him that. For me, my opinion is I think what he did with that is just put out a wake up call for everybody to join together and help the Philippine government
Yeah, exactly.
fix everything. Right? It's not to ridicule what the work that has been done, but it's actually a wake up call for everybody in the information security community to share knowledge like what we are doing now, right? All right, so the title is SQL Injection 101. Guys, you know him, for, I'd quote unquote, because I don't want to be held liable by law. I'd quote unquote the common leak, and then like what you've mentioned, he's being called the Unang Bayani. And then he is currently a back-end developer and penetration tester. He is also an active bug bounty hunter since 2014. Such a young guy, very skillful. Help us welcome Paul Biteng. Paul, you there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Oh my God, ang ganda ng boses. Oh man.
Yeah.
If you quit InfoSec, I think you have a future in radio.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so Paul, take it away. I know we're digging to the night, we're burning night oil. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Paul. As you hear from the interaction from Sir Jamie and AJ, I'm currently a backend developer on a private company based here in the Philippines and doing some tests and security researches. But I focus mainly on SQL injection. And here. Uh, mm, SQL injection 101. This will cover mostly the basics of SQL injection, and here will be the topics: introduction, attack intent, how SQL injection works, the defense against SQL injection and other injection types, tools, and conclusions. Uh, Introduction. SQL injection is a code injection technique used to attack data-driven applications in which malicious SQL statements are inserted into an entry field for execution. As you see from Dan, is showed how to bypass or SQL inject and login form by using quote or one equals one. By executing those in the back end, it returns true. So it gives you an access to an admin account for the admin page of the system. Mainly, this method is to attack web applications that have a data repository or a database. Uh, the attacker would send a specially crafted SQL statement and that is designed to cause some malicious action. This would be basic for you if you use SQLs, because mainly you will use SQL commands to do this. Uh, Attack intent. Determining database schema, extracting data, adding or modifying data by passing authentication. Yan. As I said, SQL injection has a lot to do, and you can do something else by adding or modifying data, loading files from the server if the user of the database have access or privilege on such things or roles. And then how SQL injection works. The ability to inject SQL commands into the database engine through an existing application. So basically testing this, you will need a web page. Most PHP applications are vulnerable to this if the SQL queries are not well sanitized. SQL injection is used of publicly available fields to gain entry to your database. Not necessarily publicly, like what Dan showed. Admin page are mostly hidden or not publicly available, but you can do a reverse search for directories on a web page or crawl the web page for the admin logins. So you can try to inject those. And this is done by entering SQL commands into your form fields instead of the unexpected data. Yes, as example, if you go to the admin login, the form expects you to input administrator credentials, but instead you put a payload like Dan shows, code or one equals one. So there you actually do a SQL injection. Improperly coded forms will allow a hacker to use them as an entry point to your database. Yes, if you found a SQL injection point, you can actually extract data. Sorry, extract data, modify or delete them if you can. How SQL injection works, and the app sends form to user. Attacker submits form with SQL exploit data. Basically, this is what Dan shows. So I'm gonna skip over this. SQL injection in PHP. This sample is the back end of what Dan showed. You gonna input the username and password, but you use a code to break the query and pass true statements. So when the MySQL query checks if there is result, there will always be true. So you can be log in on the admin page. Yeah, here in login forms. The attack will be quote or one equals one, minus minus for the comment and space, but you can actually show it here. The backend will be processed like this. Select count from users where username equals user and password is like tick. You close the what you call this the tags or the code and pass a true statement. So if it will check if the password is empty or true, which is or one equals one, which is always true, then it will permit the access to the login page. You can do like this or another type of attacks. If you do the foo code or the terminate code, delete from tables users where username like admin. It will execute two SQL statement where it will select a user and then it will break right here and execute this command 2 or the query. Delete from table users where username like admin. It will don't do this in any websites because it's illegal. It's coming from me. Uh, SQL injection, yung web application firewall bypass. There's a lot of type of bypass to do, or you can use like doing putting comments instead of spaces, and putting space between the word of union and select, or appending uppercase and lowercase union select. You can actually bypass some web application firewall with this, but not so much like call this firewall again? Yung widely known, yon, I forgot. And that covers it much. You can use your own experience on SQL to do a bypass code for this, or do your own query to bypass some filtration. Mostly union and select are not allowed in web application firewall, so it will block you. So drop your own query. And yun, depends against SQL injection, comprehensive data sanitation. Websites must filter or sanitize all user inputs like yun, login forms is the very important part. And for example, email address should be filtered to allow only characters allowed in an email address, not not those single tick or the double quote. Yan. Use a web application firewall. Yes. A popular example is the free open source module Mod Security. Mod Security can be installed, I think, in Nginx layer. So it will mostly filter out SQL injection commands or queries. Limit database privilege by context. Create multiple database user accounts with the minimum levels of privilege for their usage environment. Backend guys, if you do backends or PHP programming, you can actually use this to limit the effect of SQL injection in your server. For example, the code behind the login page should be query the database using an account limited only to the relevant credentials table. If you have a login page, you should only allow a user or a MySQL user to access the users table. For example, tools, VSQL Hacker, SQL Map, SQL Ninja, Habij, the widely known use for SQL injection. And that's it. I'm gonna show some basic SQL injection. Wait, am I doing it so fast?
No, no, no. You're good. You're good.
Okay, sorry. Wait, I'll stop sharing my screen for a while. Hmm. Wait, the Google Meet is little buggy.
All right. So yeah, I guess we are having some technical issues, Sir Jamie.
Hello? Could you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm having technical issues with my microphone too on my end. But nevertheless, I was able to fix it. Paul. Paul's on chat saying hello. I think he's having trouble
Yeah.
with his microphone. Okay, he's left the meeting for a while. But yeah, guys, just to put it out there,
John?
I'm not sure if Paul is going to do any demos.
Yeah. Hello. 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 Hello.
Yeah, Paul, are you going to
Can
do
you hear
any
me?
demos? Hi, Paul.
Yes, a plain simple demo for SQL injection.
All right, just a disclaimer for everyone. For SQL injection demo, please make sure that you do responsible disclosures, or make sure that if you're trying it, you're just trying it on your own computer labs, not with something else. Be
Yeah.
responsible enough, please.
Yes. Yes. We actually have a test page for coming from Akinetics. It's in bullweb.com. So I'm gonna use it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's presenting already. Yeah.
Yes. Here. So we have a page that lists products PHP. Cat is category 1. So we're gonna try to inject this. By doing so, to verify if this page is vulnerable for SQL injection, you just go and put a single quote. So here, it says you have an error in SQL syntax. So what you're doing here is you're actually breaking the query, like I saw put before on the presentation. So there. Uh, the next step is we're gonna actually count the number of columns required in an SQL injection attack. So we're gonna do order by 1. So, oops, sorry. Uh, we're gonna try testing it 1 to, I don't know, many or 10 or 20. You'll stop if you see a error message again. So we're gonna do like 5 or 10. The page is actually working. 15. Yes. Error unknown column 15. So what you gonna do about this is you gonna step back for like 13, 12. Oh, sorry. Uh, until the error is gone. There. 11. So now we know the number of columns recorded in skill injection. Uh, we're gonna use is union based attack. So union select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The comment there. If the page shows no error, you just gonna have to break the ID, or you need to show a null value of the or non-existing product or data in the database. So it will show like this. So we now have 11, 7, 2, 9 columns. The next thing you will do is, if you like to show the database schema on the database, or user muna, user. So user, AccuArt at localhost. So there you will know the user, database, and the, oh sorry, the version. We're gonna do version right here. So you did show the database name, the user of the MySQL, and the version of the MySQL running. So if you like to view the actual schema of the MySQL, sorry, I'm gonna do group and got schema names. Schema names is the column per the database names inside the information schema. That's schemata. Information schema is a database from MySQL, and schemata is the table. So there you got two database information schema in AccuArt. So if you like to use AccuArt, if you like to show tables inside AccuArt, table name from information schema to tables, where table underscore schema equals database, where database parenthesis open close parenthesis is the name of our database name. There you go. We got artists, users, table, products, pictures, guestbook. So what you're gonna do is you need to access the users, or we need to get the columns of users table. So we're gonna do column name, columns, or table name. You need to hex this value. So we can go to text to hex. And change it to X. Sorry. And put spaces on this. And so you actually get the username and password column from users table. The next thing you will do is select the username and password from users table. There you have it. You got the username and password credentials of the users inside the database. So another type of injection, I don't know if it will work here, is the expat injection, is an extract value run user. Okay, it works. So that 0x3a. So 0x3a is the X value for total doc. I don't know what it's called in English. So there, got two working query here in this sphpboolweb.com. So that's much it. Sorry if I speak fast, or is it good? Colon, yes, sorry.
I guess we can follow
That's much it.
everything naman on our end.
And that's much it. That's SQL injection 101.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, thank
Sir
you.
Paul. Yeah, Sir Jamie.
No. I like it because different from other SQL injection talks that I have encountered personally in other conferences. It dabbles much into the technical aspect right away, like the deep end on how to do SQL injection. kudos to Paul on how he did his talk today, wherein he showed it from the very beginning of the process
Yes,
up to where, right, wherein you could easily understand how to do it. Even the tools. While I'm on mute, I was checking the tools that he has shared, and yes, it could be useful, and it has walkthroughs when you try to Google it. Again, we're trying to become hackers by doing everything easily, and I think Paul became the epitome of that today.
exactly. And we do have some questions as well from YouTube.
Hello,
So
there's a question.
yeah, Sir Paul. Do
Yeah.
you have any resources or sites daw ba to share, like a list of those bypasses that you have presented?
Okay, yung WAP injections, WAP bypass.
Yes,
Actually
yes.
go to Pentest Monkey or let's go to Google. Wait, I'll share it here. But I've been reading it in WhatsApp. Here, I send it in chat.
All right.
There's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
ways to bypass web application firewalls. So you just need to trick it or do it yourself. It,
Yeah.
it's not always the one query that will bypass the web application firewalls.
Hello.
All right. So yeah, Jay Z.
Hello, there's a question. Yes, there's a question in the message box. The question is that possible to bypass the hardware firewall like FortiGate?
Uh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't experience it yet, but yun.
Hmm. All right.
Never
Then
experienced
there's
it.
another question. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Okay.
Jason. Before you read the other question, for the person who sent that message, sir, just just send the PM of your details. We'll try our best to get back to you regarding the answer. All right, JC, please continue.
Yes, the question is which is which is the most better vulnerability scanner or manual testing for SQL injection? For SQL injection.
Uh, when you scan the website, it always show. I don't know, but a lot of scanners always show a positive or vulnerable SQL injection. But if you do a manual testing, it will show a false positive result. Yes, false
Yeah.
positive mostly in scanner.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess what Paul's saying is you should always validate every result coming
Yes.
from the scanners. So most of them kasi are false positives, right? So yeah.
Mm. So it's better to check it manually.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
All right. So
Uh,
thank you for delivering the wonderful talk about SQL one-on-one and giving some insights like bypasses and tools that can be used for penetration testing or security researching. Of course, for bug bounty hunting as well. So, Janice, I think the next speaker is ready. So, yeah.
Sure. But before we jump onto the next speaker, Paul, if you could help us out here, because not everyone. I'm thinking, I'm not assuming that everybody who's logged onto the call or the live stream has been doing infosec as a career. So they might, because you are such a public figure. Let's be generous and give them something. How did you start with all of this? If you could give them pointers on how to start, crafting, learning the craft.
for actually started way back on 2012 by doing some tests and uh, actually see bug bounty by 2014 or 2013. So I tried using my experience on and educate myself on what types of vulnerabilities I know. SQL injection really do to me well because
Mhm.
I do PHP scripting, so I know how to do queries. So there, basically sums up my my reading about plugs and SQL injections that much. So yeah, I use it well on bug bounties.
That's wonderful. Thank you very
Yeah.
much, Paul, for being very, very generous. By the way, good job. Round of applause for you. I know not everyone
Thank
could
you.
give that. I think AJ and I could do that, and then Jay Z.
No, no, no.
Good job, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
see you
Thank
in
you.
RootCon, sir.
See you in RootCon. All right, for our next speaker, I'll go jump in ahead and introduce the next one. So the next one is, sorry, let me just navigate through my screen here. Oh, there. All right, I got it. All right. So the next talk is all about AWS security best practices. The guy is going to deliver the talk. I've met him once. He's not a chatterbox, so I was having difficulties, reaching reaching the personality and all. But I love him being around. He's also part of Hat Street Boys. AJ, am I correct? He's part of Hat Street Boys, right?
Wait, let me check who's the next speaker.
Oh,
Oh yeah, Pico. No, no,
Right, right.
no, no,
Yeah.
he's not a part.
he's not part of Hackshit Boys, but yeah, he's part of the
Oh, okay.
community in cybersecurity.
Yeah, because I think I met him. I've met him in RootCon, and then he's hanging out with the Half Street Boys. So that's why maybe I assumed that he's part of Half Street Boys.
Yeah, I see.
But nevertheless, Miko, I've opened the window for you. Just ask AJ how to join the group. So
Nice. That's nice. Yeah.
all right. So moving forward, he's currently a security and cloud engineer that handles multi-account architecture, identity and access management, governance, data security, network design, and logging. He also participates in the bug bounty programs in his free time. We've mentioned the first name, ladies and gentlemen, Miko Carrion. Miko, are you there? Is Miko there? All right. Miko.
Miko, are you there?
I can see his chat is really funny. So that's internet in the Philippines, Miko. Wherein when you're about to be queued as the speaker, your internet goes crazy. Your connection goes crazy. We'll be waiting for Miko.
Hello, hello.
Are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me just share my screen. Wait.
All right, sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Hello, hello.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. You can see it, and I can start, I guess.
Yes, please take it away, Miko.
Okay. For my talk, I'll be covering securing AWS infrastructure the well-architectured way. It is based on AWS documents. They created this framework for their customers, right? The introduction first for myself is I'm a currently cloud and security engineer in one of the leading software engineering solutions firm here in the PH. I also a bug bounty participant since 2014 and been acknowledged and rewarded by multiple bug bounty programs. And currently, I do it on my free time, just on my free time, because too much work-related stuffs. No, now the next is the agenda for this talk is what is AWS shared responsibility model, what is AWS well-architected framework, design principles for security, best practice areas for security. So, what is AWS or Amazon Web Service? AWS is a cloud computing service by Amazon that provides on-demand cloud computing platforms and APIs to individuals, companies, and governments on a metered pay-as-you-go basis. Um, they provide two different services, SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS. It's currently being used by many different businesses, also governments in the US, because the government they have a region which is US Gov regions on the AWS. Now, AWS now spans 76 availability zones within 24 regions around the world. So, who uses AWS? As you know, a lot of big companies uses AWS, Netflix, Twitch, LinkedIn. That's that's meant to mention. But yeah, uh, when you try to participate on these bug bounty programs, you should know what infrastructure they use or what type of infrastructure they have, so you have an additional information regarding the target or the program. Now, the responsibility model, you can see the meme. It's the left side is the AWS customer that pointing fingers to AWS for their breach. They're pointing it because um, cloud services has a shared models, which we can some which um, they have the responsibility for the security. The AWS has the software, hardware, and global infrastructure like compute, storage, database, networking, region, availability zone, and edge location. But for the customer, you should protect your network traffic protection, server-side encryption, client-side data encryption, operating system, network, firewall configuration, platform application, IAMs, and especially the customer data. So, what is AWS well-architected framework? A framework developed to help cloud architects build secure, high-performing, resilient, and efficient infrastructure. The AWS well-architected framework has a five-pillar, which is consists of operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, and cost optimization. Each of the pillar has a design principles, but for now we'll focus on the security side of the pillar. But I'll give you an insight on each pillar. For the operational excellence pillar, it includes the ability to run and monitor system to deliver business value and continually improve supporting process and procedures. Now, for the reliability, its ability to a software to recover from infrastructure or service disruption. For performance efficiency, um, maintain the efficiency as demand change and technologies evolve. And cost optimization is to deliver your business value at the lowest price of point. Now, for the security pillar, it's the ability to protect information, systems, and assets while delivering business value through risk assessment and mitigation strategies. Now, the design principles for security, here you could see implement a strong foundation. What this means is you could centralize privilege management and reduce or even eliminate resilience on long-term credentials. Enable traceability, monitor, alert, and audit actions and changes to your environment in real time. Apply security at all layers. Rather than just focusing on protection of the application, single outer layer, apply a defense in depth approach with other security controls. Um, you could apply layers on the edge, the network, VPCs, subnet, load balancer, and every instance operating and operating systems. Yeah. Next is automate security best practices. Um, you could create secure architectures, including the implementations of controls that are defined and managed as code in version control templates. You can do that. Um, the next is protect data in transit and at rest. So you should always protect data in transit and at rest, classifying your data into sensitivity levels and use mechanisms such as encryption, tokenization, and access control where appropriate. The next is keep people away from data. Create a mechanism and tools to reduce or eliminate the need for direct access or manual process of data. This reduces the risk of loss or modification of and human error while handling sensitive data. Prepare for security events always because we will never know when you have a breach or incident response. Could run incident response simulation and use tools with automation to increase your speed for detection, investigation, and recovery. Am I doing it fast? Are you guys following up? Hello?
Yeah, we can
Ah,
follow you guys.
okay.
Miko, we can follow.
Okay. Next is these are the
Yes,
best
yes, yes.
practices areas for security. The first is the IAM or identity and access management. Here you can define, enforce, and audit user permission across AWS services, action, or resource. If you remember Capital One, it was caused by a vulnerability SSR rep, which leads to getting the AWS key or metadata on that EC2 instance because oh wait because there's a attached IAM role policy on that EC2 instance. Yeah, they if only they secure the role for it, I guess the impact would be lessened. So, IAM or identity management service ensures only authorization and authenticated user are able to access resource. So you lessen the risk on someone getting unauthorized access on your resources. Define user groups, services, and roles. Protect AWS credentials. Could do this by establishing least privilege access, as what I said, and enable MFA, set password policies, and even use AWS SDS for temporarily credentials. you you can use this as a fine grained authorization access control too, because you can define what user can only access or where should they be accessing it, like that, something like that. Here's the sample for an AMI policy. From the top image, we can see the policy. It allows permission to it allows an action from to S3 to any S3 API calls from a resource to any S3 bucket, because you can see the after the colon there's a wildcard that means any permission or any objects buckets you have that access. Now on the bottom, you can see the policy has been reduced its action and resource. It only allows a get on a objects on the bucket on this bucket, the my bucket bucket. Yeah. Next is detective controls. This you can improve your security posture to reduce the risk of profile of your environment and gain the visibility you need to spot issues before they impact your businesses. Um, you could there's a detection of authorized unauthorized traffic because you have a continuous monitoring of BPC logs. Can use this. You can use the tools of AWS, which is Guard Duty, CrowdTrail, to identify and remediate any security anomalies. Capture and analyze logs, integrate auditing controls with notification and workflows, yeah. And fine-grained audits, considered enabling audits on both management and application flows to your on your resources. Here's the list of the detected controls you could use on AWS. You could use the guard duty, which uh, monitors your resources on AWS. CloudTrail monitors your whole AWS account. CloudWatch, the resources on your um, the logging for your resources, the BPC logs, DNS logs, yeah. AWS config, AWS trusted advisor, yeah, BPC flow logs. Here you can see the guard duty dashboard. You can see the samples that that is checking Bitcoin related domain queries. From here, you will be notified when your EC2 instance is calling a outbound um, outbound connection to a Bitcoin related domain. So you can check your instance if there's a breach on it or you have a security issues on that instance. Then you can automate that things to um, to when a findings has been lag on the guard duty, you can automatically shut down or back up that instance or resource and then shut down so the attacker won't be able to exploit it any longer. Next is infrastructure protection. This reduces the surface area of the infrastructure you manage and increase the privacy and control of your overall infrastructure on AWS. Um, this focus on encompasses control methodologies, which is depends in depth, best practices, and organizational or regulatory obligations. But, um, it's also protecting networks and host level boundaries, limit exposures, control traffic to all layer. Limits exposures of the workloads to the internet and internal networks by only allowing minimum required access. What it's mean is you limit your resource to the internet gateways or internet public internet, so you have a minimum um, you have a minimum risk on the security side. Control traffic at all layer applies control for controlling both ingress and egress, including data loss prevention. So you can control it on it. On the infrastructure protection, you can use a BPC. This includes BPC security groups, network ACLs, AWS Swap, you're familiar with WAPs, AWS Shield for the DDoS protection, and AWS Direct Connect for VPN access to your corporate data to the cloud or your corporate site to your cloud. Infrastructure in action. You can see here the security group. It's called Earth-SG. It only allows SSH access on 61.95.254.10 and HTTP access on the same IP. I guess what they protecting here is that this is a internal tools only to be accessed only by that specific IP because it could be running a lot of sensitive data or internal tools to accommodate other resources. Yeah. The next is a data protection. Implement appropriate safeguards that helps protect data in transit and at rest by using natively integrated encrypted services. With this, you can discovers data classification. Um, you classifying data with easy in identity verifiable indicators like tagging your resource, having a tag on your resource. This provides a way to categorize organizational data based on levels of sensitivity, and encryption protects data by way of rendering it intangible to unauthorized access. Authenticate network communication by the use of TLS or IPsec to reduce the risk of data tampering or loss. Encryption and tokenization. By this, it helps protect against risks such as data exfiltration through unauthorized access mechanism. Protect data in transit. By you could do that by all encrypting and authenticating all traffic, and to enforce the latest standards and ciphers. Data at rest. Encrypt all your database, file system, disk, and even S3 objects. And also always back up your data and replication. You could use these services, AWS KMS, for the encryption key to be that you could use for your resources. It's used for encrypting and also decrypting your resource, so you could use it on a plain data. And Amazon EBS encryption is used for your file systems, instance storage, VPN connections, and S3 data encryptions. S3 data encryptions is the objects encryption. Now, here's what KMS do. Your encrypted data on the cloud, on the AWS, while using AWS KMS, you can decrypt it and get the plain text data, or you could the plain text data can encrypted with AWS KMS, and then you could um, the data is encrypted within that, or even the data is filtered with without outside AWS, I guess. Sorry. And lastly, we have incident response. This defines and execute a response to security incidents as a guide for security planning. This covers identifying key personnel and external resources. This means that could create incidents. This means that you should, when a breach has been done, you should have your key personnel and or external resources on board or available for the response. Develop incident response plan. Could create incident response plan starting with mostly scenario for your workload and organization. This includes how you would communicate and escalate both internally and externally. Automate containment capability, pre-provision access, because when you will never know when the breach will happen, right? Pre-deployed tools, same. You could ensure that your security personnel have the right tools into AWS so that an appropriate response can be made to an incident. And lastly, you should run game days. This practice incident response game days regularly. Incorporate lessons learned into plans and continuously improve response and plans. Here you could see AWS Cloud Trail, which logs all events happen on your AWS account, which this includes the event time, username, what event, what event or what action did the user do, what resource type it is, or and the what resource they access. That's all, I guess. I hope you learned something from this talk, and you can shoot some question if you have some. Thank you.
All right.
Also, thank
Thanks
you,
very
ROOTCON.
much. Thanks, Miko. Greatly done. Very well said. Miko, is this your first time doing a talk?
Yes, sir.
Oh, congratulations! We passed your cherry!
Para kabadong na tayo eh.
Anyways,
I hope you learned something. Ano, sir?
Given a chance, are you gonna do it again?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Once you
Pasok
get
ka
the
na sa
first,
ROOTCON lineup.
once you get the
Practice
first
pa.
taste, once you get the first taste, you eventually look for it. So, Miko, if you have interesting topics, I encourage you to submit a topic and call for papers for RootCon. You never know, maybe it will be approved, right?
Yes, yes. I think practice pa muna sa ibang mga talks. Yeah,
All right.
before that. Experience.
Hold on there, Nico. Let's try to check the chat box. Do we have questions, AJ? Sorry, I couldn't open my
Yes,
chat.
yes. There's a question.
All right, JC.
Yes, the question is how much the cost of security on Amazon Web Services for corporation and startup company?
For that, it's usually pay as you go basis. So, and the other laggings on AWS is it's free and available on your resources.
The second one is what is the common vulnerability for Amazon Web Services?
I think the most common vulnerability for Amazon is the subdomain takeovers for S3 buckets, misconfiguration on AMIs, because when an access key or this 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 is the this is what hackers love, the AWS credentials, because sometimes it has a lot of privilege, because on on my talk I said there that you should always grant a least privilege, because you'll never know when your AWS key will be leaked. If you leak that and you have a what you say AMI access on all the actions, you could almost take over the whole AWS account.
Yes, thank you for your answer, Nico.
Yeah, and also just to answer one of the question earlier regarding the credits for AWS for startups and organizations, you could join to Y Combinator as well, and you could retrieve some credits there by joining Y Combinator as a startup. So yeah, you could have at least around 2,000 to 3,000 US credits, and that's I guess enough for a startup to run up to 3 years. I guess yeah.
Yeah, you could also do a 30 days free tier on some services. This includes EC2 instance. You could practice on. They have a free tier on it for 30 days, or I don't remember if it's only 30 days, but you can check it. Yeah, and there are also many organizations that gives a credits, AWS credits. You could check. You can find some resources on that.
All right. All right. Thank you very much,
Okay,
Miko,
thank
for
you.
asking
Thanks
questions.
to RootCon and Bug Bounty PH for this.
Thanks, Miko.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Miko.
I
Yeah,
hope that,
wonderful.
I hope this is not the last.
Yeah,
All
this won't be
right.
the
Yeah.
last. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Miko.
Thanks,
You have a good
thanks,
night.
sir. Thanks, sir.
It's funny because when he was answering, sorry, just on the top of my head, I just really have to get it out. So somebody asked how much is the services that Nico has mentioned, and on top of my head, the mischievous me, I wanted to answer, go ask finance or go call customer service. So, but kidding aside, man,
Yes.
very good, very good. Also to you, JC and AJ, thank you for sharing your experiences on that aspect, especially for AJ, because AJ Sekuna is also a startup company. Have you guys utilized this kind of service before?
Yeah. Right now, we're not spending anything with AWS. We're just relying to free credits from Y Combinator, from the Kubo community, and for the startup community. They keep on sharing credits for startups, and we're just using it for free. So we're not spending much more budget for the AWS and for the instances of Upsakuna because we're relying mostly to those free credits at all. Yeah.
I see. That's a startup way, right? That's a startup way.
Yeah, that's a startup way.
I'm very familiar that Sikuna is a startup because I came across. Yeah, thank you, JC and EJ, for helping Nico out in answering that question. All right. Hold on, give me a second. Let me break the silence a little bit. Who's up for a little raffle? Uh, Before we move on, I know there's an exciting speaker right after this. I'll just give away. Let me see what I have on my end here. I'll give away for this is third prize. I'll give away a free a free shirt, RootCon shirt. So here's the raffle. I'll share my screen.
ROOTCON mousepad.
Let me try and share my screen. Give me a second here.
It's on your lower right part of your screen.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that I'm just sharing a certain window.
All right.
Is it being shared?
Yes.
All right. Just to be fair, I'm sharing this because I wanted to make sure that there's no bias in picking out the names. So all of your email addresses, those who registered already here, I'll just move away from that so nobody takes a quick photo or a screenshot of that. We don't want to be the cause of trouble. Let me just press start here for the third prize. If you find your name here, there or your email, kind of take note of that, and then just take a screenshot or take a photo. AJ, are we taking note of this so we could send them an email?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So I'll stop sharing. So that's for third prize. We're gonna send you a shirt. We'll be asking for either your address or how you're going to pick it up. All right. So let's move on to our next speaker. I'll introduce this really quickly. I was amazed by this person because I've met her last year when we were invited by Women Who Code. So this person is very active in in activities in DEF CON. She attends DEF CON. And then one of my good friends, my nostalgian brother Jay, mentioned her name, and then to my surprise, I was able to cross paths with her during Women Who Code here in BGC. So she is currently a staff secure application engineer for the security and compliance team at the Crunchyroll. Their security team builds internal security and compliance tools, manages the bug bounty and vulnerability disclosure programs, as well as wear many hats as small security teams do. So, with no further ado, help me welcome, ladies and gents, Ria Mora.
Hi everyone.
Ria.
Hi, Ria. Nice to talk to you again.
Let's see how this works. Give me a sec.
You calling all the way stateside, right?
Yeah, it just turned 8:31 a.m. over here in San Francisco. I need to sleep more.
Well, I'd apologize on behalf of the team for putting you to this time slot of webinar.
Oh, no worries. I'm actually going to do something like this again, but I believe, yeah, I'm going to do another one of these in a few more weeks. I'm going to be speaking at a Woman Who Code Manila. We're going to start doing a security series over there. I'm working with one of the organizers at Woman Who Code Manila.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Yeah. So I'm excited for that. I'm going to do a lot more online events soon as well.
All right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, we don't want to keep you long. We owe you at least 2 3 hours of sleep. So
No, don't worry about it. It's Saturday.
let's jump to it. So it's all yours, Ria.
Okay, thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Maria Mora, or you can call me Ria. Um, and today I'm going to be talking about this wonderful process, which we call like basically vulnerability management. But before that, I would like to share a little bit of myself. So I'm the staff security and compliance engineer at Crunchyroll. It's what do you call it? It's a streaming app or website for anime. Usually, like we're mostly based in the U.S., Canada, Latin America, Europe, etc. Unfortunately, we're not too popular in Asia, so maybe you may have heard of us, maybe you don't. So disclaimer, this presentation and my opinions are my own and do not reflect the views of my company. So a little bit about what I do right now. I'm part of the security and compliance team. We wear a lot of hats. It's not a very big team. And, you know, like when it comes to security teams, sometimes companies don't even have those. And when you do have those, sometimes it's not so built out. So you're doing application security, compliance management for GDPR, CCPA, all of that stuff, PCI DSS if you're taking credit cards. Sorry, my cat just woke up. Incident response. So, you know, when there are actual security incidents, we have to manage those. We also do bug bounty triaging, which is what we're going to be talking about in a bit. And on top of that, I also do software engineering, building internal tools or building security and compliance related products for our company. Before that, I was just a straight up software engineer doing payments and subscriptions. So yeah, but like one of my personal goals and goals for some people in the bug bounty community is to raise awareness and visibility of the entire bug bounty life cycle. And you know what this means is that yeah, we have the red team, we have the blue team, people in between, we have the triagers, like for example, HackerOne, BugCrowd, all those different platforms. And, you know, there can be some sort of like divide when it comes to people not knowing what the others are dealing with. And, you know, we have our own struggles, we have our own processes for doing things. And what the goal of some of the people in the community is to like talk about it more, be more transparent, and you know, raise empathy, make other people understand that hey, we are all doing our part, and there can be miscommunication in different places, and that's what we're trying to prevent and mitigate. So the photo right now that you see is from our panel at B-Side San Francisco, like a few months ago, right before COVID happened. In the US. And it was basically a panel where I and some people in the bug bounty community were basically having this talk. Like it's just one of many panels that we would love to give. And, you know, I was mostly talking about how companies deal how companies might deal with bug bounty. I am just one person, so you know, it could be different for other companies as well. And I'll get to that in a bit. So just to talk about the scope a little, when it comes to vulnerability management, we have different kinds of sources for these things. Like for example, we get bugs discovered by QA when they're doing testing. We have scanners, like automated scanners, that tell us, hey, you have this problem right here, like a wasp zap, for example. penetration testing. Like, for example, if we're trying to get PCI DSS certified for the year, we need to get a penetration tester, and they might show us that we have a particular issue. Not to mention, there might be other employees just taking a look at the code and seeing that there might be this issue over here. So we're gonna just talk about the bug bounty process and what companies might do in order to resolve it from when they get the bug to how do they actually resolve it on their side. So these are just simple steps. It's very generalized. The reports come in. We determine the severity of the issue. We give the hacker some money, like pass it on to them, and then we fix the bug. It's that simple, right? Well, let's kind of break it down a little bit. So the reports come in. We determine the severity. We try and replicate the issue. And depending on the reproduction steps, there could be a bit of back and forth between us and the reporter. And then sometimes, if we don't understand this particular like part of the company very well, or part of the app, for example, if this is an iPhone app and I'm not a mobile engineer, I might have to ask for help from the actual engineering team to help understand the issue further and see if it's an issue or a non-issue. And then we might even have to ask the product teams, the product owner, and see if this is an actual risk that we are taking, to see if this is still in scope of the bug bounty program. And there's a lot of communication here, just determining the severity. We're not even trying to fix the bug just yet. And then we try to pass on our reward to the security researcher. So from personal experience, we've had a bit of an issue when we were still trying to do bug bounty on our own. First, we'd have to figure out how to give them the money, like through PayPal or whatnot. We have to ensure that the money gets to them. And so some people might be like, hey, did you send it to this PayPal account? I haven't received it yet. And we have to do some sort of conflict resolution there to actually see whether or not they got the money. And if there are any disputes, then that's extra time. And we also have to work with other departments to disperse funds, like finance, for example. We can't just give money because, we have a budget and everything, and we have to plan these things out. And then we fix the bug. But as I mentioned earlier, some security teams have a lot of work to do. And, they might not be the domain experts in that particular part of the technology, or for that particular technology. Like if it's an iPhone app, you might have to get others to fix it. So you might have to ask them how they should be dealing with this issue, since you're the security focused person, but you can only give them advice, but then it's still up to them to actually fix it. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. So yeah, consider this. It does take a village, and whether or not we actually use a bug bounty platform, which helps with passing out funds and whatnot, the reports still come in, and we still determine severity. And it can't all be outsourced. When it comes to reports, as time passes, there will be a lot of out of scope reports. There might be a lot of duplicate reports, stuff like that. And it really helps to get a dedicated team of triagers to come in and help you. And sometimes they will also disperse the funds for you, so you don't have to worry about whether or not something went into someone's PayPal account. So consider that it takes a village for a bug bounty issue to get resolved, or a bug bounty report to get resolved, rather. Let's see here. So from the security team, for example, they're going to ask engineering and product to help them understand this particular issue. And they might not have like immediate time. So they have to wait until, engineering is ready to let them know that, hey, okay, we can kind of assess this issue with you. So they have to work together. And then when the security team can get back to the reporter, they can finally like pass out the funds and everything. And then it'll also have to be fixed as well. So the security team needs to go back to engineering and product and say, hey, can you fix this now? But then engineering and product have their own backlog and product timelines as well. So if they have something in development, if they have deadlines, they have to figure out how do they put that in, how do they prioritize fixing the security issue into their workload? Like, how are they going to fit that in? Because let's be real, depending on the severity of an issue, it may or may not be priority. However, this particular process might be expedited depending on whether or not it's a critical vulnerability. And we can't really say for sure whether something is critical or not until we understand how bad it can be. Like, for example, if it's obviously bad, like, hey, we can access your cardholder data somewhere, your S3 bucket is open and it shouldn't be. That sort of thing usually gets fixed immediately. Like the process kind of expedites, and you don't have to like help prioritize that. It's just priority 1, severity 0. You got to fix it immediately, and then people probably do the processes afterwards. In any case, going back, we do have a lot of processes to think about there. However, there might be different there might be different scenarios for companies as well, because not everyone has an established company. There might be smaller companies. Like if there was a company that mostly outsourced their code, or their former engineers just left and you're left with legacy code. And this can be the worst because, first of all, you have to dig in there and be like, what does this do again? Without the tribal knowledge, without the proper knowledge to understand the situation, then it does take a lot longer to assess the severity of a report. And then take into consideration company B. There's no dedicated security team. And going back, you have engineering and product teams with, like, let's say they were using Scrum, which is, or agile methodologies or whatnot. They already have a product backlog. They have their tasks to do. And then someone comes in and tells them, hey, you got this issue here. And it could be bad, but you have to check. So, some of their processes go out the window. They might have to figure out how to deal with it. And eventually, those companies might end up having a dedicated security person, or they might just have a process for dealing with bug bounties. But usually when it comes to newer companies or teams that just got their first bug bounty report, they're probably going to be running around with their heads cut off. And then, company C, they don't have their shit together. It could be for any particular reason, we never know. Maybe they're kind of busy working on this one product. Maybe management is having an issue. Who knows? But in any case, usually we don't even see from like a black box perspective what companies can be dealing with, but those can be reasons as to why bug bounties can take so long to get resolved or for some programs to get back to you. However, that doesn't necessarily excuse them for not respecting the process. Of course, in my opinion, you should still kind of keep this a priority, but I'm just trying to explain why this might not be a priority as much as, other things that the company might be doing, unfortunately. But yeah, usually these kinds of issues don't really get brought up, and all that bug bounty reporters can see is a blank wall and a bunch of unresponded messages from you, which can be very frustrating. And it's really up to the bug bounty reporter to figure out whether or not they should still work with that program. And there are a lot of good programs out there as well, so don't fret. But yeah, basically that's just part of the story. We have triagers, bug bounty hunters, product and engineering teams, students, newbies, companies, engineering leadership, and company leadership. And I highly recommend, like putting on your empathy hat, maybe asking or reading or, like talking to other people and figuring out what do they do and how do they deal with certain issues. Because I am just one person here and I can only share my experience, but other people will have different experiences as well. And I highly recommend that you kind of just spend some time to figure out why do things work the way they do. How come, or how do bug bounty triagers triage things? How do other companies deal with these kinds of issues? And for people that are in the blue team space, what do bug bounty researchers do exactly so that they put a report in? Because it can take a lot of work to put in a report, and we shouldn't discount that at all. Everyone's working hard for sure. And yeah, I guess the final message that I just want to share is that I think it's really important for us to understand each other better, and maybe that would raise our you know like the way we communicate with each other, and we just have to keep talking more, I guess, and not assuming things. So there are like multiple forums for those people here in this meetup right now. You just did at least the first step or one step in your many steps of understanding each other better and having better communication in the bug bounty life cycle. So congratulations to everyone who actually like showed up here, who are watching and learning more. That really matters a lot to you. When it comes to various forums, there are a lot of bug bounty forums out there. There's Twitter. There is also the Slack channel called Bug Bounty Forum, put together by Nahamsec. That's another place where you can like talk to various bug bounty researchers and triagers as well. So yeah, I'll kind of stop sharing my screen here, and yeah, that's pretty much it for me. If there are any questions, let me know.
All right. We're just checking on the chat box if there are questions popping out.
Yeah, we have
question.
a first question. Yeah, go ahead, Sir Yami.
No. Go ahead. Please, AJ. Sorry, I think I'm cutting out. AJ, please go ahead. Were you able to read the question? How would the process of starting? Sorry, I missed that. That's real quick. Sorry, AJ, were you able to read that? Sorry, the chat box on my end wouldn't show the messages.
I think the first question was, how do we submit reports to Crunchyroll, or where can we submit the reports from Crunchyroll?
There you
Okay,
go.
good question. Yeah, we so currently we do have HackerOne as our bug bounty platform. And we do it is still a private program. So, usually we get some reports in through our vulnerability disclosure program, which is public. And then if we find that the report or the reporter is kind of like qualified to join our private program, then they are added to the bug bounty program. So we're kind of in this hybrid public-private program at the moment, since our security team's kind of small, and we're kind of like raising the amount of, or the capacity to handle bug bounty reports in the future. But currently, that's how we're handling it at the moment.
Mhm. All right. So one of the other questions is, how would the process of starting to develop a bug bounty life cycle to a company who has none?
Oh, hi. Sorry, you cut off there. Can you repeat the question, please?
Try that again. So the question was, how do you start a bug bounty program in a company that has none?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, it depends on how many people you have in your company. So, do you have enough engineers to work on this? And even if you didn't have like a platform in mind, but I highly recommend like using a platform, especially when you don't have dedicated resources yet. So you could use AJ, you said you have Sekuna, right?
Yeah.
So would you like to recommend Sekuna?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I sorry, I didn't get the first question about the, no, because I just reconnected because I got issue with my Google Meet. Sorry, but
Okay.
yeah, I would like
Yeah.
to recommend Sukuna. Yeah.
Yeah.
So before we were talking about Sikuna, is how do you start a bug bounty program in a company that has none?
Okay, so yeah, for me, I suggest running an internal security assessment first before going or launching their own bug bounty program before because it might overwhelm them to many security researchers out there reporting same vulnerabilities. So yeah, I would suggest running a VAPT first. Then if they're ready, then they can approach any bug bounty platforms out there like Sekuna, Background, and HackerOne.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Yay Pinoy. I recommend Sakuna if you're a Philippine company and you'd like to get started as well. So yeah, going back, I highly recommend that you work with the engineering teams. You'll have to work with engineering leadership because you'll have to consider how much this is going to cost, and you'll have to figure out, like how what are you planning on putting in scope for your program? Is it just your app, like your website? Does this include your app? Does it include any backends, that sort of thing? I also highly recommend just, like learning more about how bug bounties work in the first place, so you're not surprised when you do run into reports. And then again, when you have a particular, like process for building up your product, if you have, your engineering team work on tasks, you need to establish a process so that when there are security incidents reports that come in, you know how to handle them. You also need to learn how to prioritize these things. So a
Yeah.
common way that we prioritize is through CVSS, or Common Vulnerability Scoring System. And, I suggest looking into that as well.
Yeah, Ria,
Yeah.
question.
Mhm.
Do you guys have in Crunchyroll have a timetable for remediation, like a time to remediate for severity per severity? Like for example, if ever someone reported a critical vulnerability, how quickly your team will patch those issues? Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there is this. So we do currently use CVSS scoring, and sometimes it's pretty obvious like how bad the severity can be. But for those issues that aren't like priority one, sub zero, I yeah, we do have SLAs in place, or service level agreements. So depending on that particular number that we calculate, we figure out how long we should take to fix this issue. Now, all of that aside, it still depends on the teams that actually work on it to figure out when they can actually work on it. Sometimes, teams can make a business decision and they have to like have red tape in place. They have to get their papers all put together to figure out if they're making a proper business case for delaying the fix. So, it's not clear cut for sure, but we do have SLAs that kind of serve as, our initial rule. And I believe, a lot of companies do the same thing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I would also recommend having a bug bounty team leader, I guess, before you run or launch or plan your bug bounty program. So yeah,
I'm sorry, what was it?
bug bounty leader. Having a bug bounty
Oh,
leader, yeah.
can you define bug buddy leader in
Okay,
your word?
yeah, sure. Bag bounty leader is someone that manages the bag bounty program of a certain company. It is being recommended by HackerOne actually, based on their bug bounty manual. So I'm also recommending it as well because some of the companies, mostly startups of Secuna clients, are mostly startups. They don't have any cybersecurity team. That's why most of them are availing the management service of some bug bounty platforms. And but if they want to run their own bug bounty program, at least they should have a bug bounty team leader that will be cascade everything to the engineering, to the leadership team, that will manage the bug bounty program, that will discuss the bug bounty for each resolved security vulnerability. So yeah.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
All right.
I totally agree with that. And that's basically what our security team does, actually. So we are kind of the conduit between the actual bug bounty program and the rest of the company. Yes.
Awesome. All right. Last question, Ria, before we let you go. Somebody asked over YouTube. Do a corporate should focus in first in security rather than the improvement of processes?
Um. So honestly, it depends. Um. I'm personally a big proponent of making sure that there are processes in place. And, it has a lot to do with the programmer mindset. If you could keep doing things manually, and then, it takes a longer time to get a lot of things done at scale. But if you have a process in place, then things will move like clockwork in the end, even if there is a bit of overhead. If you know that you are going to run into security problems very often in the future, and if you're scaling up your project, your application, your website, and you're going to run into more issues in the future. So I highly recommend, at least getting some process in place. And for the security part, it still depends on how bad things can be. It's really up to the business to prioritize what they care about because, first and foremost, a business is a business. If you try to make your app as secure as possible, but you're kind of like losing all your funds to that, and it doesn't make like a lot of sense to protect it as much anymore. It kind of, you have to find that right balance, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess they
Do
should
you think
also
that
do
answers the
proper.
question?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and they should also do some proper scoping to their assets. So yeah, like what you've said, they should focus on what they are the critical assets that they need to be protect or that they need to be protected. They need to protect something like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
do you guys have any more questions to Ria about Bug
Uh,
Bounty? Yeah.
yeah, regarding that, Ria, is there a way to reach out to you if ever they do have questions? What's the best way to reach out?
Oh, yeah. I do have my contact form. It's at riamaria.com. And also, I have a Twitter account, which is at riamaria.com, spelled out. I will also put it in Google Chat as well. And, I noticed there were a few questions related to Crunchyroll that don't
Correct.
have anything related to Bug Bounty. So I'm just going to answer those over there.
Yeah, because I don't want to keep you any longer. We know that you have already lent us your valuable time, and we are very, very appreciative of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Ria.
thank you. I'll
Yeah.
just make temporada later. Don't worry about it.
Chaparral.
That's really good in this time. When pandemic hits, it's either chicken soup or champorado or
Oh, I make
or
arroz caldo at least twice a week.
yeah.
Nice. Wow.
For
All right.
those for those who doesn't know, Ria is very Pinay.
Yeah.
So she's just stationed in the U.S., but she's very Pinay. All right. Thanks, Ria.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Ria.
you.
You have a great day. All right. So I do the raffle at the very end. I'm looking at the number of callers that we have, and looking at the graph of how many are in the live stream. I know we're keeping you up late. I hope you guys are enjoying still, and you guys are most likely looking forward to the raffle. I'll put that at the very end of our webinar, but don't worry, we won't forget. I'll move on to the next speaker really quick. So for the next one, we have information gathering with open source tools. This person, a senior information security analyst, and he is also an active bug bounty hunter by, correct me, AJ, if I'm mentioning this right or I'm pronouncing it right, CNAC. Is it CNAC Red Team or CINAC Red Team?
I guess it's CNAC Red Team, another bug bounty platform created by one of the former agents of I'm not sure about that agency in the US. So yeah.
Uh-huh. But is this a local company?
No, it's not a local company. It's a San Francisco-based bug bounty platform like Bugcrowd and HackerOne. Yeah, NSA. So yeah, by
All right.
Jacob Plan, who's the CEO of
Okay.
CNAC.
Thank you for informing us about that. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for James Puzon. James Puzon, are you there? It sounds like I'm giving away a prize on radio. James Puzon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We could hear you, but you're cutting in and out.
All right. Could you see my screen?
Yes, we could perfectly see your screen.
All right. So actually, just to correct something, my topic would be reconnaissance automation for bug bounty hunters.
All right. Thank you. I
And
stand corrected. Sorry about that.
for begin, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, Jason Zabate, for inviting me to talk, and Bug Bounty PH as well as RootCon for granting the opportunity for me to speak in this event. So enough of that. Before I proceed with my slides, I just want to share a quote, and that uh, you don't need to experience everything, and you can learn from the experience of others. And it's a quote actually from my father, who I found that it really helps me with doing bug bounty as well. So anyway, enough of that. Okay. So me, I'm just a security analyst and a part-time bug bounty hunter or security researcher at SINAC. I'm also a CTF team member of Hack Street Boys. So yeah, and at work, what I mostly do is handling phishing events. So I'm the one who tells people, no, don't open the attachment. So yeah, but one of the tasks when investigating phishing tickets is that you need to check the IP addresses and the domain names. So actually, when I was doing this, I didn't realize that first I had to check a list, and second, they already had this application already had a API, so I could perform bulk lookups. But since I didn't realize that, I was able to make this presentation. So I thought initially that I only had to check one host, but apparently since there was a time when multiple phishing tickets came in and there were multiple sources, I had to check a whole list. So anyway, I thought wrong because there's API for that. So what I did was make a programmer move. So I tried to automate the querying of this service. So I found out that in the URL you could just put the IP address, and what I did was create a bash one-liner to obtain the results and check which are the IP addresses or host names that have a malicious reputation or have been reported by the community multiple times for suspicious activity. So let's say they were trying to launch WP scan on their server. So those are the kinds of reports that are submitted in this service. So now, having done this, I felt quite smug, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I tried to look at what other services this website offers. So I tried to do the who is. I tried to click on it, and as expected, it does perform a who is lookup. But when I encountered a domain name and tried to use it, I found out that they actually provide a list of subdomains for a particular domain. So I had an idea and I tried to take those subdomains and put it into my methodology as well. So it worked and I was happy. But the thing with this is that you're not touching the subdomains, you're not making any queries to them, you're able to obtain a list of subdomains without actually touching the domains themselves. So yeah, when it comes to bug bounties and that story in relation to bug bounty hunting, mostly when we do testing, there is a given scope. And the scope can be a CIDR, an IP address, a domain name, subdomain, URL, or application. And what happens usually is that testers will test given that particular scope. But what happens if you do that is that you could miss some of your potential low-hanging fruits that are easy to get. So just a quick explanation. what I'm trying to say is that when you do subdomain enumeration, you have to consider that there are cases when a host name could resolve to multiple IP addresses and multiple domains could resolve to a single IP address. So the thing is, when you're doing enumeration, uh, you try to get a list of assets of the program you're trying to test, and then try to compare them to the scope itself. And doing that would somehow allow you to not miss so much of the potentially vulnerable targets in bug bounty programs. So this is particularly specifically my methodology, how I do it. So I look at the scope. If they give an IP address or a domain or subdomain, I work from there and try to enumerate everything that I could get from the scope. Then I test them based on the scope that's given. So in line with the previous slide, I do subdomain enumeration and then test if it resolves to an IP address or to a subdomain that is within the scope. And if not, then I just ignore the testing of that particular asset. But if they're in scope, then I proceed with the testing. So the thing with this is that you must have a methodology already. So I found out that in bug bounty hunting, it's quite necessary that you be quick in finding the vulnerabilities, especially when testing in a program like SynAct, because uh, just a few days ago, I tried to test and I found about four vulnerabilities, but I found them within the span of 3 hours. But the first vulnerability I submitted was within 30 minutes. And my report was actually the second report for that particular target. So it means that within that span of 30 minutes, there was someone else who was able to submit a report already. So having a methodology for testing would really help in hunting for bugs. So next. So how do I counter check my list of subdomains through the scope? So once I have that list, I load them in Burp Suite, set the target and the scope. Then I try to ingest my list of subdomains to Burp Suite. So I'm just querying the subdomains and checking if those are within the scope or not. So under sitemap, you could easily show only the in-scope items. And from there, you can proceed with manual testing. So I had to redact the IP addresses and the domain names since it's under NDA for SynAct. So let's say there's a scenario. You want to test for subdomain takeovers. So what I found helpful for this is that you already have uh, a notepad or a text file containing all of the commands that you do for the following. So subdomain enumeration, and then testing for subdomain takeovers. Unfortunately, there are you would need to have an account for multiple platforms like Azure or Amazon AWS for you to be able to take over the subdomains. But what I found that helps is that you could set this up per program or per target that you're trying to test, and just run that text file, and you'd get a list of possible subdomains that you could potentially take over. So yeah, and the next is for cross-site scripting. Uh, I was recently able to find a tool by Devansh Batham, which is a parameter spider. So what it does is you provide it with a list of subdomains, and it queries the Wayback Machine or the archive that the Internet Archive for a list of URLs which have a parameter that you could potentially test. So what I did is from the previous scenario, taking a list of subdomains, I also tried to take a list of URLs and test them for cross-site scripting, reflected cross-site scripting. So I used these tools, and for manual analysis, I also run XSS Strike, but I check those URLs that are printed by KXSS manually. So I try to analyze the JavaScript code and try to see if I could inject my own JavaScript. So for this particular scenario, I tried with Google.com domain, and I was able to obtain a list of subdomains and URLs, which where I found a cross-site scripting vulnerability. But unfortunately, it was a duplicate. So it makes me feel sad. But putting it all together, you take a list of subdomains using Asset Finder or any other tool. You try to check if some of those subdomains are vulnerable to subdomain takeover, and you test them. And possibly you could get duplicate. And hopefully you also get a valid vulnerability when you submit it. So yeah. And just for reference, these are the tools that I used. So actually, one thing that I found is that there's also a tool for somehow automating the reporting process. So frankly, I haven't really tried that tool yet, but I think it's a very useful tool. And if you delve into automation more, then I think it could really help you get a lot of bounties. So yeah. And also, while searching for subdomains or while letting your script run, you could keep this window open, which is another tool, Shigit. So it queries, it's able to receive updates from GitHub where there are potentially credentials being stored or private keys and configuration files that are unknowingly being broadcast throughout a public channel. So this tool actually gets those data live. So I guess the lesson for this presentation is that keep being curious. So sometimes it's not bad to make a programmer move or automate stuff. Uh, and having a methodology would really help you when hunting bugs. So although yes, you could automate a lot of stuff when you already have a methodology or playbook, but the thing is you would still need to perform some sort of manual analysis. And for you to be able to reach that kind of level of automation where you almost don't need to perform manual analysis, it would require that you already have a lot of samples and make sure that the particular scenario you're trying to automate is repeatable, so that when it's automated, then you already know what the expected result is. So yeah, shameless plug. Please like our page and Facebook page, Hasik Boys. Thanks. So, are there any questions or none? And actually, that's it for my presentation. So yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Perfect. Sorry, AJ. I'll let you take this one.
that's it. Hello,
Yeah,
guys.
we are here. Can you hear us?
Are you still with me?
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us, James?
Hello?
James, can you hear us?
Hello, James.
Hold on.
JC, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think there's a trouble on James' end. Could you go ahead and send him a chat? I can hear your keyboard from my end. It's really funny. All right. Sorry to avoid dead air. If James could you hear me?
Hello, James.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, James. Thank you very much for that presentation. Really well delivered. Do we have questions?
Yes, we have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, Jason.
Yes, the question is, what programming language do you usually use for automation?
I usually Python or Golang. So I also use Bash. So for easy or for a quick and dirty automation, it's mostly Bash. But if I want it to be a permanent tool that I would use in my
Okay.
Okay.
James has been cut off. Let's just ask everyone. If you do have a question, we'll pull in your question and then send it over to James, and then we'll let him answer you guys individually later on by chat. We'll make sure to let him know to make sure to respond to those questions via chat, similar to what we did with Ria a while back. All right, so we're up to our next speaker. I think this is the very last in today's webinar, and then we'll jump onto the raffle.
Yes.
I haven't forgot my promise. We're giving away another shirt, and then first prize would be a ROOTCON jacket, and then the grand prize would be a ROOTCON pass. So hang in there. We're one talk away from those raffles. All right. With no further ado, this too, bug bounty hunters and application security engineers in Bug Crowd. Yay, Bug Crowd. Their talk is all about daily life of an application security engineer at Bug Crowd. So help me welcome. I know this guy. Hired him in one of the companies I used to work for. J Mark and Clifford, and also we've got Naps. You guys there?
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Sorry. I couldn't see who's song on the screen. Naps. What the hell, man? What do you have on your face over there?
I'm on the floor, man.
You look like you're taking,
Good to be safe.
you look like you're hiding from the world. I like how the background goes where it's very dark with the fan going on with the cover on the face. Do we have J Mark in the call?
Yeah.
J Mark.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
J
there
Mark
he
and
is.
Clifford. Yes.
All right, perfect. Clifford, where are you at? How's Clifford is the one who's doing vlogs, right?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. He's the one
And
doing
one is
vlogs. Yeah.
one of admin of Bug Bounty PH.
Oh, okay. Clifford,
Yeah, I'm doing the useless vlogs. Hi,
I'd, I'd,
everyone.
I'd let you plug your vlog later on, depending on what
Thank you.
depending depending on what kind of bribe you're going to send my way. If you're not sending me bribe and then you're gonna start plugging, I'm gonna turn down your call. I'm gonna kick you out of the room. Anyways, kidding aside, guys, take it away.
Okay, so I'll try to present my screen now. Mhm. Wait a minute. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. How about on your side, Sir Jamie? Can you see J Mark's screen? Oh, it's already presenting. All right.
Yes, it's there.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, cool. So, uh, this our presentation, the daily life of an application security engineer at Bugcrowd, presented by the Bugcrowd PH team. So our agenda is here's what we do. Keep in mind how not to bug bounty, and then the Q&A. So most of uh, the topics here are already what to call this? It's already been tackled by the previous speakers. So let's proceed now with the next slide. Naps, can you take over from here? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Just okay. Okay, so what we do, we are responsible for ongoing triage and validation services of Bugcrowd managed programs. Go to the next slide, J Mark.
Okay.
So yeah, so this is a sample of our public programs that are available for public, and you can you could access it in http://bugcrowd.com programs/programs. Uh, so uh, we have other programs as well, but it's in private, so you could not see it. Next slide, Jamer. Hello, Okay, okay. Uh, so we take incoming submission data and curate it for validity, accuracy, and severity as well as communication directly with backgrounds clients and other researcher when additional information is required. So next slide, Mark. Okay. So every morning we are receiving tons of submissions from different kinds of hackers and researchers. So imagine how many submission we are receiving every day. And as much as possible, we will try all of it. So it's important that we have a standby virtual machines, different programming language, and hacking tools that is usually used by researchers, such that it will be easy for us to investigate or replicate the submission of the researcher. Okay, next slide, J Mark.
Okay.
So, handle incident response, escalating and communicating about the highest severity bugs to clients. Escalating and communicating. Okay, so we prioritize and escalate the submission to our clients, especially if it's a critical issue. Uh, in background, that's a P1. So for those who submit a report with a low severity issue, just please be patient, and we will attend your submission eventually. So and that's it for me. J Mark, you go ahead.
Okay. So for the next slide, so what to keep in mind?
Sorry.
It's been
J-Mark,
okay.
sorry for a second. Can somebody in the audience unmute themselves and just let me know if you're seeing the slides? All right. Go on, J-Mark.
Okay. So what to keep in mind? It's been said before from the previous speakers. So it's just I think a review. Okay, so read the program rules and regulations, scope, exclusions, the requirements, the rewards and payout, disclosure policy, and next is the validate your bug. So let's go for the previous bullets. So many researchers are submitting bugs like a Hail Mary submission without even looking at the scope and the exclusions. So later on that they not apply or not won't fix or something like that, and we've already closed those submissions as out of scope since they are not reading scope and the exclusions. And so next is requirements. Some of the programs have requirements like the age, country, and if they're verified or not. So you have to check those first. The rewards and payout. Many researchers we've seen are comparing different amount of the bugs that they have. Like for example, XSS, stored XSS. They are saying that's $500 reward, something like that, and they're comparing it to another program that's they get 1,000 for that. So we don't really suggest to compare programs because they are different. They have different fundings and stuff like that. Next is the disclosure policy. Once your submission is in triage, don't try to create or publish it right away without permission from the program owner or from the program itself. So you have to ask permission first. And the next is to validate your bug. As mentioned before from the previous speakers, don't just shoot a submission without validating it. If we can't reproduce it on our end, we'll close it as not reproducible, and then you get a deduction from your reputation. So we don't like to do that actually, but we have no choice. So next is prepare a well-written report. or proof of concept POC. So here, uh, try to create a story of the POC, how we find the bug, or a short but easy to understand report will do. Where you found it, how to reproduce, like what browser to acquire, or mobile device, or OS. And it also helps if you provide us the impact of the report. So it will help us evaluate the severity of the bug. Okay, so the next bullet, be a good guy. So respect the program, owners and their decisions. They get bombarded of the reports. Imagine from different countries, it's like 6,000 hackers hacking on their product. So they follow timelines for validating, fixing, and issuing payments. So the next is respect other researchers. Sometimes there are programs that only provide a set of credentials. So if there's provide credentials that shouldn't be changed, don't change it. Let other searchers use those. Okay. So next is respect privacy. So never disrupt any data or account. Don't hack too much. Download any confidential data. Just focus on your target. Okay. So the last is have patience. So as you may have remembered from Ria's talk, there's a process on everything, like receiving report, triage, payout, and fixing. So you really need patience. Okay. So let's go on to the next slide. How to not bug bounty. So this is a really given information. So don't beg. It's not a beg bounty. Okay. Don't beg or demand any money or swags. And then, as mentioned earlier, read the rules and regulations. Don't lie. Okay. So be transparent. They see logs, we see logs, code changes. Lying is nonsense. And then the next is don't test without permission. Don't you should test only what's in scope, because yeah, don't test without permission. You might face legal actions if you have found a subdomain or a product from the program. Ask first. Like from our end, it's support. Go to the support at BugCrowd, and then ask if it's okay to test this one or not. And that's also prevent you from getting a deduction on your reputation. So the last is oh no, it's not the last. The next one is the don't use automated scanners or tools. As mentioned earlier from the other speakers, it's it produces false positive results. So it's a noise also in the end of the program. And so to avoid wasting time of the both parties, maybe you should validate your findings from the automated scanners if it's valid or not. And yeah. So the last is don't use foul or obscene languages in POC. So as you may have seen in the screenshot, there is an email with a obscene or foul languages. Maybe the triager don't know what it means, but from us Filipinos, we know what it means, what it actually means. Okay, so don't make any POCs that uses any abusive words. So that's our last slide. Any questions? Or
Any questions?
All right.
Sorry, I couldn't see the chat box on my end. Asking for help here.
Oh yeah, Ria has a question. Oh yeah.
Oh, there. Dan Fabro asked on average how. Sorry, could you continue that? Because I'm seeing it from the notification.
Let's see. How many reports are you triaging per day? I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, each day. J Mark, Clifford, and Naps. How many security vulnerabilities are you triaging every day? So yeah.
Sorry, we're not allowed to disclose that.
All right.
There goes the manager.
There goes the manager. There goes the manager.
That escalated really quick.
The manager is watching. So yeah, I also agree with J Mark on the keep in mind slide. So yeah, be polite. Don't compare the programs and the platforms. They have different business models. They have different budgets. So yeah, and what else? Do you have any questions, guys? For
I have a
the
question.
background?
I have
Oh,
a
yeah.
question. Hello?
Is
Hello.
this
I have a...
JC? Are you the one asking a question?
Yes, I'm asking a question.
You better make sure it's not who's your crush in bug crowd.
Yes. My question is, what is your expression if you are receiving false positive report from scanning or scatter tools that reported to Bug Bounty Hunter?
Yeah, anyone from the background ASE team can answer that
Just
question.
as expression.
Naps, Clifford,
Are you guys still
J-Mark.
there to answer the question? Or I think they got caught up in the chat. I think they're answering in chat.
Are they still awake or yeah?
Expression like what? Sometimes it's really funny when when a researcher submitted a false positive report just used because they use automated scanner. That's what you get.
How do you deal
J-Mark.
with those? Like, do you return the report to them? Tell them that hey, this is this is garbage. What you're sending is garbage. Is that how you guys do it?
No, we
no,
do it we do
not
it
really.
politely.
Politely. And tell
But
them
deep inside.
I'm just happy I'm not doing your job, because if it was me, I'd just tell them that, man, you keep sending me garbage. How can I do my job properly?
No, because most of the researchers, some of the researcher is actually learning. Uh, just they are just new in this bug bounties, so we do understand how they feel and how they submitted a report.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we do it politely. It's actually funny because it's not being rude, but
Yep.
yeah. But sometimes, yeah, that's all.
All
You
right.
can.
Well, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could take that. I could really take that. Sorry, I know I'm keeping you up. I don't want to extend this all the way to 1:30. Wanted to make sure that I let go of you guys. We could still do the closing remarks and everything else. If you do have questions for the three good-looking gentlemen that just did their talk. By the way, J Mark, very very helpful on the ethics part that you have shared in your presentation. Same goes for
Yeah.
you, Naps and Clifford. Very well done.
And up
Before,
to Aeromax blogs.
all right, perfect. So I hope you guys keep on returning and
Minecraft.
doing this all the time. All right. So yes, stickers and mouse pad. We'll continue to do the draw later after the closing remarks. If you notice, the bottle of Jack Daniels is a quart away, and I'd finish that. I'm trying to I'm really trying to keep myself up and not pass out in front of the camera. But let's get to it. This person who's going to do the closing remarks doesn't need any further introduction. We all know him. I've got into InfoSec because of this person. What else? Oh, he is the one who leads the organized chaos when it comes to RootCon. So, ladies and gentlemen, the chief, the El Jefe himself, help me welcome Sir Semprix. Sir Semprix, are you there?
Yes, Jamie, thank you, thank you. So, I would just like to make a quick closing remark. So, first of all, on behalf of the RootCon crew, congratulations to the Bug Bounty PH team for a successful, really successful virtual event. Big round of applause for AJ and JZ. Topics were really good. Hopefully, we can do this one again. And I'm looking forward to expanding the hacker rundown as part of RootCon's DNA. Hopefully, we're gonna have it more often. And next would be congrats to the speakers. The topics were really good. If you guys want to submit a paper for RootCon 14, our call for papers is still open. And quick statistics for tonight's virtual event. YouTube, we have 132 concurrent views and 1,640 playbacks. And for the Google Meet, we've reached the maximum of 250 packs. And next up would be update for RootCon. Planning is still a go. RootCon 14 is still, planning for RootCon 14 is still on its way. Call for sponsors is still open. What else? We're open to, as what Jamie mentioned a while ago, we're open for villages. If you guys, want to set up your own village, please don't hesitate to approach us. Next would be for RootCon 14, we're gonna be sending another update by June 15, and we're gonna check the situation if we really can, push through with RootCon 14. Next up would be the hacker rundown. I hope we're gonna come up with CTF, virtual CTF. I think Pondi Manila are on the call. Are they? I don't think so. All right. So next up would be raffle. So we're gonna be raffling off RootCon 14 pass. If we're not gonna have RootCon 14 this year, it's gonna be still valid the next year. So Jamie, take it away. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Sir Semprix. All right. Like what you guys heard with the closing remarks, just a reminder: if help the community thrive, help the Philippine InfoSec community thrive by submitting, your topics. If you want to talk about something, if not in RootCon, since we started this, I guess this is just the first step of many more webinars that RootCon is going to produce. You never know. Maybe there'd be a RootCon TV a month from now. We're already considering it as a core group. So submit your topics. We might invite you as a guest in one of the short webinars that we're going to conduct in the future. And then if lucky enough that it's been approved by our review board, you could present it live in RootCon 14. If that's not your interest, you're not much of a presenter yourself, gather your colleagues and then come up with a village and then let us know. We'd be more than happy to put you in one of those ballrooms in Taal Vista to exhibit what you've done with your research, similar to what Jetman or Shipcode and I do for last year. It doesn't need to be grand. It just needs to have the context. And then nextly, for updates, please visit our website. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us also in, we do have a YouTube. That's what we're using now. And then Instagram, and others. Now, for the final part of this webinar, let's do the. Let me just share my screen for the. There you go. Just gonna share this. So what we're raffling is. This is the winner a while ago for the shirt. So let me explain the prices. The prices is for the first 3 that won the game during the icebreaker, you all get a shirt. This person we have picked out, you'd either get a shirt or a mouse pad from us. We'll get connected to you guys and to those 3 that won. And then I'm giving away another shirt or mouse pad depending on what I could grab. But here, now's the time. Pick another name. So AJ, if you could take a screenshot of this one, whoever comes out.
Yeah, sure.
There you go. So congratulations. And now for the main draw. Hold on to your underwears. Because we're giving away a pass for ROOTCON 14. Let me just clarify, that's no transportation, no accommodation included. But of course, we'll open the doors for you with a red carpet going into the ballrooms and your trainings. So the lucky winner would be right. There you go. Congratulations. Let me try to.
It's Chris Gukon, I guess.
Yes,
Cruz Ansel Gukon.
Yes. Whoever you are, sir. Such a lucky guy. So I'd clap for you. Let me just pour myself whiskey and then drink to you all before we end this. To those who still have their poison with them, on behalf of ROOTCON, Bug Bounty PH, Secuna. Let me just read that off. So we've got Secuna, Bug Bounty PH, ROOTCON, Bug Crowd. Here's to you. Congratulations. This is a very successful event. Nalforge, of course. I don't have to mention it. I'm wearing it. Nalforge, thank you very much for helping us out for this event. To everybody who's been in the call, who stayed up late, 134 plus in YouTube, another 100. Man, that's a strong 234. Thank you very much. For those calling from abroad, hope to see you in ROOTCON. If not, at least see you on the next webinars or next episodes of this one. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. I'm signing off. Farewell.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
to
you.
all the speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
She said as the car drove away, taillights vanish in the glow of the day. Coping with the change all alone in their estate. Sent their daughter off to college, now they're so old and gray. Don't know what to do with this time they've been given. Started a foundation, technology for children. They want to change the world, make it better, make it different. On the run like he's super slick. A fugitive who knew the tricks from moving every clue they skip. Moving quick, hoping they don't shoot him with a lie. Tranquilize that they get him to maneuver in. Started with his knowledge and approved to make it lucrative. Prison's not a future for an innocent computer whiz. Bounced on the ground, finally made it out the sewer then. Farewell, if you ever ask why, farewell. Tell if you never say die, farewell. Please let me see you put your fist up. Always farewell, when determined not to give up. Farewell, now I gotta make them proud, farewell. Out when I'm waving to the crowd. Farewell, let me hear you say it now. Conversation stops when the moniker is mentioned. An undetected presence on the internet they leverage. So much potential, they change it to kinetic. Connected, relentless, no interest, independent. Said just bent on a method for the vengeance. Prevalent with messages, know how to make an entrance. Identities unknown, citations need a reference. Bet you'll get it with this very next sentence. Not forgiven, not forgotten, but they're certainly expected. Fact and mathematics, and it's all a game of averages. Code and overflowing, still invoking what the passion is. Get a hacker kid, matching with an activist. Padded with an additive or automatic catalyst. Fact that it exists isn't actually the saddest bit. Scale across the planet, understanding what the fraction is. Instantly mobilized and suited up for battle quick. Farewell, if you ever ask why, farewell. Tell if you never say die, farewell. Please always farewell when determined not to give up. Farewell, now I gotta make them proud. Farewell, out when I'm waving to the crowd. Farewell, let me hear you say it now. Controls coming loose, cause and effect. Know when to choose, pause, let it set. Show me the proof, call for the best. Moment of truth, go again. Controls coming loose, cause and effect. Know when to choose, pause, let it set. Show me the proof, call for the best. Moment of truth, and it's all that you get. Trials in this life, whether calm or disaster. Sadness in the laughter, beginning through the after. Turn the page and we finish out the chapter. He's the leader of these vagrants. No debate, bringing faith to the faithless. Federal agents mad cause of flagrant. They hacked all the taps and were placed in the basement. Delivering a way to save the internet they're faced with. An atmospheric network, they're launching with the spaceship. Funded with the money that they stole from a foundation. Not what he meant from the steady trend of envious. Foundations bankrupt, a couple died penniless. Darkest of surprise, the startle in their eyes. The project that they started was the heart of their demise. Now they lay in a coffin made of rotted wood. So altruistic, they meant to do a lot of good. The world did change, but not how they thought it would. Farewell, if you ever ask why, farewell. Tell if you never say die, farewell. Please let me see you put your fist up. Always farewell, when determined not to give up. Farewell, now I gotta make them proud, farewell. Out when I'm waving to the crowd. Farewell, let me hear you say it now.
They said he never really meant